here we go. Should be live. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Hope you are well. Good morning, good luck, and don't rip. Hopefully. Hopefully. I haven't played Diablo 2 since last stream. So if we're gonna die, it would be for this one. So today we are taking on Hell for real. Last time we did a lot of grinding in preparation for Hell. We beat the first act of Hell and also crafted some cool gear. Darn, I was a little too early. Just followed 2 minutes ago. Came from the Dex Only Boazon. Well, great timing, Killer 1903. Good luck. Thank you, thank you. I will surely need it. So I guess we can start with a quick gear check. A lot of this came from last stream, and it will be a good reminder for me as well, because I barely remember what the character is using, because it changed so much at the end of last stream, right? Hello everyone. Good morning, good morning. Try not to die. I will try, Mark. Thank you. Hello everyone. So this helm, it's alright. A little bit of resistance. But the two most important resistance, so I'm not complaining. And otherwise, it's an alright weapon. I actually thought this was level 4 Frost Nova when struck, but I see now that it is level 4 Nova, which is not as good. Oh, thank you, Paladin, for the membership. Gotta craft them all. Yeah, hopefully we'll get to do some crafting this time. I have not done any off-stream farming this time. The amulet, pretty good. Lightning resist, masteries, nothing to complain about. The armor, basically a Ort and Rel carrier. It does have restoration too, which is alright. Boots, alright, we got the faster run walk boots last time. That's pretty nice. Those are okay. Movement speed is gonna be real nice in Hell, so I can just reposition myself quicker. Right, the blood belt. It looks okay. And of course it does have open wounds, which is the main thing for sure. The rings, some resistance, some life and mana. This is not very good, but as someone pointed out last time, I am using the strength from this ring to wear my weapon, so... And it's probably not a priority to keep making rings just to replace this. Attack speed, dual leech, and crushing blow. These are really nice, actually. They have grown on me over the streams. I wish the crushing blow was higher, but what can you do? And then, of course, the weapons. We crafted 4 winged axes last time. Didn't get any with a big enhanced damage roll, like 100 plus, but I think the first 2, which we are currently wearing, are really nice. 2 to all barbarian skills, some damage. +2 to masteries, some damage. They are pretty alright. The only thing I would wish for is like 100 plus ED, but you can't have it alright. And thanks to those, I mean, mostly thanks to the weapons actually, my resistances are looking okay. Not great, but okay. Because if I swap to my weapon switch, they drop by like 30, almost 30, or like 25 resistance. So quite nice. Hello Zarfen, how are you today? I am great. Thank you for asking. I hope you are all well as well. Starting a new week with some crafting or some loot. Or I actually hopefully just killing a bunch of monsters. I bet the YouTube video about this challenge will be much shorter than watching you struggle through hell. Yes, it certainly will be, Joseph. Yeah. And This has been kind of a long challenge, right? And a lot of it is very rough, like completely unedited. So it's gonna take a really long time to make this into a video. So it's definitely not going to be the next video on the channel. Man, I'm fast too. So I was underestimating the plus to skills. But they are pretty nice. Bonuses. Let's see, and the other two weapons. This does have a lot of bonus damage to demons, which I think I underrated when I reviewed it the first time. And this has... This isn't pretty good, very good. I think we could like sell this, but we might as well keep it. So then the question is, how will I remember to use this against demons? Should I put it in the cube? Should I put it on my weapon switch? Should I have it in the stash? Because it will be hard for me to remember to use it. Watching Zarfen encouraged me to buy the game last week. I'd never played it before. Oh, that's awesome, Asoksu. I hope you like it. Do anyone play hardcore like Zarfen? Well, this is a rare occasion that I do play hardcore. Most of my challenges are softcore. First time catching you on Twitch. Oh, welcome. Z96, welcome. We're gonna remind you before Duriel. Ah, that's true. I can rely on you guys to tell me. So, for your information, it is currently on my weapon switch. And I guess we'll replace this one against Duriel. If we can remember to. But we have to get there first. Love watching the live streams. What do you think the next live stream challenge will be? I was all but decided that I would make a... like sort of to try and kind of... like do a research stream or like try to start a one-shot challenge. Like you can only attack a monster once to be able to kill it. I don't think like... so you can use one attack and it has to kill the monster. Otherwise you have to reset or whatever. And I frame it like a research idea because I don't think it's possible to beat the game that way. But it would be fun to see how far you can get. But now I'm actually not so sure. Because, I mean, we haven't even started this stream yet. And this might be a few more streams if we stay alive. But while I... build up the courage to leave town, I guess. I can talk a little bit about it. Something that I'm really looking forward to doing next, or doing in the near future, is to go back to the 1 HP hardcore challenge. Because that was such a fun challenge, and I really enjoyed it. It's very hard, very tense, but I want to get back to it because I can't stop thinking about it. I think about that challenge all the time, like theory crafting and, you know, planning what to do next. So I think about it a lot, even though it's been a long time since I played it. But it's very stressful and intense. So one part of me thinks that maybe I should do since we're playing hardcore for this stream, maybe we should do something a little bit easier, like a palate cleanser before going back to that challenge. Man, am I really on players 1? It seems that way, unfortunately. Yeah, damage isn't great by any means. I guess I forgot to show the Mercenary gear as well. The Mercenary is wearing a blood helm, mainly for some lifesteal. Of course, it only rolled 1%. A random weapon, and yeah, I remember now. We said that the next craft we're gonna do is another polearm for the Mercenary, or a spear. And then a field plate. They're alright. No, I didn't exactly, Winbar. We talked about once I get a perfect emerald for Galzar, we will make a new weapon for him. But I haven't played this character at all since last stream. I can only join in 1.5 hours from now. Please don't die until then. Okay, LK, for you, I will not die until you're back.
Thanks.
So what I was saying is that I want to do the 1 HP hardcore challenge, because that's like the thing that's really on my mind always. But I think that I will do something easier before then, but I don't know what yet. So we'll see. Anyway, I'm having so much fun doing the challenges live, like streaming the challenges, so that's definitely something I will continue to do regularly. And I guess I have sort of started following a schedule, like Fridays and Mondays. So for now, I guess that's what I'll try to do. Chance to hit isn't great either, but... I don't think that the minus defense from a Battlecry actually is reflected on this number. So I think our chance to hit is a little better than it looks on the character screen. And it's rough so far in Act 2, but I really don't want to go back and farm again. But like, what are the options? Either we can just slowly grind through, we can go farm, or we can try and sort of skip past enemies, like rush the act bosses, but I mean that's probably a bad idea for hardcore, if I had to guess. But I was just chased all the way back to town. That's not a good sign. Oh, right. And since we gambled all our... or gambled a lot of our gear, and then bought the axes last time, I guess we did run out of gold. But we can sell a bunch of stuff I will never use. Are we allowed to reset the game? Yeah, absolutely. Probably not gonna abuse, like if I'm close to dying and cornered, I'm not sure how I feel about saving and exiting to survive. But like resetting the maps and stuff, that's that I have done throughout the challenge. I guess these are stone skin. And also like the challenge runner in me, or how I should phrase it, knows that since we just because we have crushing blow and we have open wounds, we can technically kill anything. I guess we are a bit light on elemental damage for physical immunes, and that's gonna be a problem in this act for sure. But it's very slow. Oh wow, I was focusing on the game and there was a lot of things happening in chat. I guess I need to get back into streamer mode. Maggot Lair is gonna be horrible. Well, I have a secret tactic for Maggot Lair. It's gonna look a little bit something like this. But yeah, that would be tough otherwise. But actually maybe not too bad for this character, because the... Let me just make a habit of not showing my skill tree and stuff while fighting. So hold that thought for just a second. I actually think Maggot Lair is a pretty good area for this character, because nowadays throwing mastery gives a little bit of pierce, or not a little bit, it gives 48% chance to pierce. And if every enemy comes in a straight line, you can utilize pierce better. And it will also be pretty safe, since only a few can attack me at a time. But of course, yeah, it is gonna be very slow. If we go through it honorably. Which we might not.
I can't carry anymore.
Gotta love the high ceilings in the Maggot Lair. Yeah, for some reason they dug the tunnels very like large vertically. Would using Valkyrie be valid for the one-shot challenge? Like, you mean that the Valkyrie one-hits enemies? Yeah, at level 30. But, like, if the Valkyrie attacks something and doesn't kill it, it would be disallowed for the one-shot challenge, right? It would be a fail. I haven't really thought out exactly how I would do that. Man, poor Galsar. I tried giving him a purple potion as well, but I was a little bit greedy with it and gave it too late. Right, let's remember, it is hardcore. Oh man. I hit every potion button. Man, this is stressful. Holy crap. Oh man. I was thinking like, today we're just gonna push through hardcore. It's gonna be nice, relaxing, easy. Yes, this is not leather. This is offline, single player. Man. Charge Paladin. Yeah, a Charge Paladin would be good for the one-shot challenge, I think. Or the Assassin. Because I think if you do like Tiger Strike plus one of the... Is it Dragon Tail? Does a lot of damage as well. So I'm just gonna run for a bit until I find another waypoint, do a little bit of progress. And then I guess I will think about what on earth I should be doing, because this is really... It's looking worse than I thought it would, unfortunately. We have a point in Find Potion. Yes, we do. But I already have too many skills to remember to use them all. Right, speaking of skills I'm not using, but I should. I do have Grimward. That would help a lot to keep Galsar alive as well, I think. If we can just get a single kill. Let's just see if that is as good as I think it is. It's alright, but there's too many enemies. Yeah, it's not looking good. Is the Merc dying because it's not Emilio? Probably. It could also be his terrible gear, but it might be because it's not Emilio. Emilio has cursed us from beyond the grave because we abandoned him. Right, let's see if we can... I guess I can use Leap as like a bad teleport spell to reposition myself. This is so sad. I think what I'm gonna have to do is to try and find a waypoint or something to like checkpoint our progress a little bit. And then, I mean, I might have to go farm some more gear, unfortunately. Did it really look... It didn't look that bad in... I guess Act 1 is easier, but it didn't look this bad last time, right? I thought we were doing an okay job in Act 1 of Hell.
Yes, citizen.
Right, I don't have enough gold. So what would help the most? More gear or levels? Well, obviously gear. But what will be the most bang for the buck upgrade? Well, maybe we will end up using the diamond sometime. I will not be using all of these amethysts, that's for sure. Maybe I'm just too rusty. Maybe it is a skill issue. You need better weapons. 60 base damage is too low. Yeah, I think it's a bit unfair to call out the damage based on the min damage, but you do have a point. Yeah. So what we can start doing is make sure to upgrade. We can go and look for a what's it called? A gem shrine to make Emilio a better weapon. Or sorry, Galsar. I even call him Emilio. Poor guy. Yeah, a chance to cast amplified damage would be very cool. And Galsar is... I can't afford to keep losing Galsar, so... It is players one.
Partner.
Did I sell my old access? Thank you, Dennis Doll, for becoming a member in YouTube. I appreciate it. And it's rough because if we can't really farm for gear upgrades either, since I'm only using crafted items. Or well, of course you can, but it doesn't like help to farm Andariel or something. Not that we could necessarily farm her. And this is probably my challenge run mentality coming through. But like the comments about how we are way too weak for hell. I mean, it is true in some ways, but I gotta tell you, this is not looking terrible compared to some of my other runs. The only issue I have, actually, if I'm gonna be honest, the only issue I have right now, I think what's really holding this run back is that Galsar can't survive. If Galsar could tank, I definitely think this damage would be enough to push through. It's gonna be slow, of course, but... Yeah, I remember the 20-minute Andariel fight last game, exactly. Your tolerance for the grind is higher than most. Yeah, probably. If I do have like a superpower, it is patience and tolerance for the grind, not any sort of skill. Skullsar is level 64, same as me. I am very wishy-washy now because I don't know what I am supposed to be doing. So what I think I will be doing is to give the Maggot Lair a chance anyway. If you're gonna use if you would use Frenzy, that would boost your attack speed. Yeah, that is true. Let me just... Ooh, jewel, nice. Finally a random jewel. I think the problem with Frenzy... I think the problem with Frenzy is that I will have to go in and attack like... maybe even like 4 or 5 times with my low chance to hit every time just to get a 7% increase in attack speed. I guess on level 1 you only need to do like 1 attack. A little jewel. And it's so annoying to not have the Tome of Identification on me. Oh, I am out of jewels. Okay, so this was a good drop. I thought we had more jewels, but we only have the one for Emerald. Hit power Thundermaul would help you with damage a lot.
Hello.
Yeah, about that. Someone has used all of my respecs already. What was your toughest challenge so far? Probably the Rogue Mercenary one, where I only used Amplisa for damage. Probably that one. Also like the one where I used only items from vendors. I used a Barbarian and only used items that I bought from merchants. That was really difficult too. Didn't you want to identify the jewel? Yeah, yes I did. Pump up double swing for more damage. Yeah, why do I have 4 unused skill points? What?
Good day to you, partner.
So it's either battle orders or... yeah, I think it's double swing. I'm not really hurting for life, right? Right, good call, Dwinbar. Thank you, Fari, or Farre, if you're Swedish, for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. Right, apparently you can get completely stuck. Famous last words, yeah.
Good day. Welcome to my shop.
A golem only run I feel would be difficult as well. Yeah, it would be really difficult I think, because even a really high level golem, I guess the fire golem has some AoE, but only attacking one enemy at a time. Even Amplisa had the occasional splash damage with her skills, you know?
Thanks.
Man, I'm getting stuck so bad.
Thanks.
Like, I could just kill a bunch of enemies here in Act 2 because the beetles are pretty good for experience. But I'm not even sure if like 1 or more 2 levels are really gonna do that much for me. Man. Come on, Galsar. Maybe the key is getting Galsar a bigger weapon, because a bigger weapon will make him leech quicker. Which might be exactly what we need.
Well, Rick, good to see you.
Greetings.
Good day.
Let's see if we can... Whoa, that was a lot of damage. Holy crap. Please, it can't end like this. Not like this. Yeah, levels for Galsar. Yeah. I mean, that was really
Allow me to advise
not a okay life total. So, the stream is called Pushing Through Hell. But I guess that appears to be a lie, because this is not really working out, right? You have a higher damage axe in offhand. Yeah, I do. Because I think the fire damage from this axe, fire damage is not very meaningful. The fire and poison damage it's nice, but I don't think that really makes a big difference. Though it's also only 6 physical damage.
Who goes there?
Pushing through hell by leveling in Nightmare. Enough progress for now. Yeah, I thought at least if we finish the Maggot Lair, we can claim to have made progress, but I guess we at least got the the Far Oasis waypoint. Alright, levels for Galsar. A gem shrine to make a better weapon for Galsar. And if a man can dream, some more blood weapon crafts. Man, Galsar is being absolutely destroyed. Yeah, this looks good. I should be using Grimward more often. Man, look, it has completely frozen all of those guys. That's very odd to see. I mean, this doesn't look great, but at least, I mean, this looks very doable. So I guess it's just a bigger difference between Act 2 and Act 1 than I thought. A bigger difference than I thought. In terms of difficulty. Personally, I figured it wouldn't really, the difficulty wouldn't really spike until Act 3.
I am overburdened.
Should we farm for an ethereal weapon for crafting? I haven't tested it myself, but as far as I know, even if you put an ethereal weapon in as a input for a craft, the output is not gonna be ethereal. As far as I understand. But that would be good otherwise. Of course, it will be very rare to, or very difficult to get a ethereal winged axe too. It feels like player 7, yeah. I agree. I even made sure to type players 1 like 2 times already. I get my chat has broken, like my in-game chat is broken. But I've been typing players 1 several times as well. Alright, so if we should farm, we should probably do it somewhere else, where we can kill faster. I mean, experience is gonna be nice for Galsar, but I think we can prioritize item upgrades first. Man, I was too slow on the rejuve again. It is this stupid, the cold enchanted monster, like the cold enchanted elite. And you can't, she's immune to Grimward, unfortunately. But the movement speed, very nice. So I guess after I finish this pack, we can go to Nightmare Lower Crossed, Nightmare Cows, maybe? You need knockback for this build. Yeah, that would be nice, but as far as I know, the only way I can get knockback on this character is via gloves. And the glove slot is also the only way I can get Crushing Blow.
I can't carry anymore.
Oh, knockback can be rolled on weapons. Oh, right. Good point. I didn't consider that. Yeah, of course. Yeah, that would be sweet. If we can get a winged axe with 200 enhanced damage, knockback, attack speed.
I am overburdened.
One of these had attack rating. No, was this that one? Oh, only attack rating against demons. Maybe I should be using this. How much does my my resistance drop? It's 10 resistance for more physical damage. I guess it's less total damage, but it is more physical damage. And more damage against demons. I think that's worth it. Or is it? It's also higher level throwing mastery. Hold on, let me... How can I test this in a good way? So level 23, it is 47 pierce, 30 crit chance, 220, 138. 236. It's not insignificant, but if we just find another one of those demon ladies and just try it out, or it's hard to tell which one is dealing damage as well, right? But there are for sure a lot of demons. There are less demons in Act 2, of course. Right. Demon ladies. Zarfen the gentle goblin. Alright. Let's admit defeat from Act 2 Hell and do something worthwhile with the time. And yeah, another difficult thing is that you can't socket weapons. Oh, chance to cause monsters flee would be good. Yeah, that's true. Unless I remember, I think I crafted, or at least I thought about crafting something with chance to cause monsters flee. I think there is one item that is crafted that has that as a fixed stat. But it was probably something bad.
Good day.
Right. Deep breaths. It's not defeat, it's just a detour. Let's see how we fare against Nightmare Cows. And if we're lucky, maybe we can get a few gems, a few jewels. This is probably not actually even the case, but it feels to me like we are just waiting on one good craft, which is probably not true in reality. We probably need several. Take some charms out. Good call. I will do that. Sounds like we need to craft Lacerator and Warshrikes. Yeah, exactly. That would be nice.
Impossible.
We could craft spears, because I think that some of the elite spears have better average base damage. We talked a little bit about this last time, but isn't it the case that some of the lower, like, no, sorry, not lower, some of the elite level spears, or no, javelins, man, I can't talk today. Some of the elite level javelins have higher base damage than the winged axes, right? But the problem is that, oh, the blood recipe has a fixed 35 to 60 enhanced damage roll, but the spears, as we can see on Galsar, or I guess it's dead, they don't have any inherent enhanced damage bonus. So in cow level, we don't really need any resistances, right? 7 fire resist large charm, that's sad to see, but it is what it is. Oh, I guess I can't put that much away because I also need all of my strength charms. Well, it does help a little bit. This is like 2 more rows. Yeah, definitely worthwhile to do. Good terror zone too. Oh, it is. Should we do the terror zone first, maybe? How's the run going? Overall, it's going great, but right now we are struggling a bit, I have to say.
Hello.
Oh, so you can't have the huge % damage bonus that bought chopped spears can have. Oh, yeah, you can definitely. You can get big enhanced damage numbers on crafted spears and javelins. What I'm saying is that the recipe for a spear or a javelin does not have any guaranteed enhanced damage. So like on this spear, the 21% enhanced damage is a random stat. Whereas The 57 enhanced damage on this, that's a fixed stat that every Bloodcraft will have. The same with this, the 55, it's like 35 to 60 is guaranteed for the winged axes, which is why they are so good, in my opinion. Or like, yeah. And I think against cows and the undead in Act 2, we will not be using the demon modifier. So we can see just if this seems worthwhile. I was trying to check Galzar's resistances, but we are in Nightmare, so it doesn't really make sense, I guess. But like a couple of rubies, a couple of levels, another jewel, and we might be in business. I see aura needed. Yeah, that is true. We are using the cold aura, while might would be a significant damage upgrade for sure. But of course the problem is, how are we gonna keep Galzar alive if he can't even stay alive with the might aura? More damage, more life leech. Yeah, that is true. So maybe a bigger weapon and the might aura might work. But also if we look at his... this slows enemies by 51%, so a bit simplified, but if we remove this aura for another aura, he's also gonna take damage at like twice the rate. But maybe that is up to me to like position him in a good place for every fight. I mean, it's not really, how do you say, speed farming, but we're getting good experience and it is fairly easy. So this seems viable. The problem is, of course, that a lot of these enemies, like the skeletons, are unleachable. Mindfulness farming. This is exactly mindfulness farming. But just to compare, let's go to the cow level to see how it compares. Yikes, those are some tanky cows. I guess I am on players 3, which I maybe can't do if we're gonna do the cow level. Trying to run Galzar to a safe spot, but there might not really be any safe spots. Oh, here we go. Yeah, at least players, like comparing players 1 to players 1, this seems way worse, right? Or maybe not way worse, but worse. And the experience seems similar. Or actually, perhaps even worse here compared to the Terror Zone. Oh no, we're about to lose the Terror Zone. Oh, have we been going for almost an hour already? Like no progress. Well, if that is the case, I think that at least for the remaining like 10 minutes of the Terror Zone, we should definitely go and do that. And then we can see what the next Terror Zone is. But I can hardly believe that we actually have played for 50 minutes already. And I've made basically no progress. Oh, using an Am rune in a Merc weapon. Well, I would definitely be down to do that. I think that is one of the better use cases for a socketing quest, actually. And unless I have forgot about it, I don't think we have used I don't think we have used any of the socketing quests. We should still have all three, so it's not terrible to use one on the Mercenary. Oh, if he gets lucky, could roll sockets on the craft. Yeah, that would be great. Yeah, if I roll a socket on the weapon, that would of course be preferred. But actually, I think the idea of maybe using one of them on a Merc weapon anyway is actually a pretty good idea. Of course, I would always prefer to use them on my own weapons, but you can't socket throwing weapons. My armor already has a socket or two sockets, and I guess I could socket my helm. That is probably something we should do. Yeah, I completely forgot about all my socketing quests. Nice little ding. And even though we are playing hardcore, so more battle orders is always nice, I think keep boosting the damage via synergy is the right choice for now. Yeah, the cows seem very tanky. I figured that it would be closer, since this is a terror zone. But once we got the first kill and could start using Grimward, it didn't seem too bad in the cow level either, right? And I guess I'm going dexterity for more throw damage and, more importantly, more chance to hit, because the chance to hit in hell was really bad too. Or not really bad, but it was suboptimal. Blood-crafted helms give life leech. Yeah, the Mercenary actually has a blood-crafted helm right now. But it only rolled 1% life leech. And it's gonna be really hard for me to convince myself to use any future rubies on a mercenary helm instead of another weapon. But it is a very good and reliable way to get off-weapon lifesteal on the Merc for sure. Blood armor. Yeah, maybe we should just have gone for like max lifesteal instead of going. I went with a. hit power because of the faster hit recovery. But of course I said that more levels are barely gonna help. But like if we can keep up this rate of experience, gaining like 5 levels, it's definitely gonna make a difference, both to Galsar but also to me. You know, for my chance to hit. At this point the Merc is just a meat shield, so no weapon will do enough damage. Might as well make him tanky. Yeah, that is true, but I think that one of the easiest way to improve Mercenary survivability is a big damage weapon and lifesteal. So a big weapon is kind of having both, right? As long as he like can survive at all, of course. Man, they healed him too fast. Let's retreat. Tactical retreat.
Thanks. Thanks.
Man, double champion pack. Might not. It's not gonna be that bad to run a Might Murky. Already a 5% chance to cast Frost Nova. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that is true. Maybe I'm overvaluing the freeze a little bit. I'm definitely down to try a Might Mercenary. I'm down to try most things at this point. I'm trying to snipe the Unraveler, but it is kind of tricky to get to him. Oh, here we go. Keeping a close eye on Galsar. Doing my best to save like one full rejuve, risking 30,000 gold to resurrect him, but it worked out this time. Taunt the mummy. Yeah, you can't taunt elite monsters, unfortunately.
I can't carry anymore.
I can't use that.
This one we can taunt though. Gotta run more leap. Yeah, leap is good for crowd control, but my skill points are already stretched pretty thin, right? Oh, I just realized this is nightmare runs. Yeah, if this was hell, things would be great. But unfortunately, we had to go back to nightmare. Worldstone Keep, that could be pretty good too. If we get a bunch of demons, I can swap to the demon weapon.
I am overburdened.
You.
How may I help you?
Doo-doo-doo. And imagine making hustle in this. Or treachery. I just tuned in, hopefully not players 1 nightmare. No. But not too far away. It's players 3 nightmare. What's the current goal with the stream today? Well, the goal was to just start pushing through hell. But we ran into a bit of a wall in Act 2. I guess the game doesn't want me to have the other merc. So now the goal is to get a little bit stronger and try again, basically. Well, Rob, I don't think the axes are the problem. Perfect, Might Emilio. You have to consider
I'll put that to good use.
like what this character would look like on another skill build, not like on a completely different character, right? I love putting your gold in the stash as a habit in case you die. Yeah. Yeah, I managed to stop doing softcore safety portals, but I guess I can't quite stop doing
Good day.
stash gold stash.
Not here.
Emilio is back. Yes, this is gonna be, how do you say, the turnaround. Do you want to farm some levels or items too? Actually, I would most like to find... What I would like to find most is more crafting supplies. But I don't really want to run lower cost. I don't want to farm lower cost. So I think that just clearing areas I can clear decently fast. But also, like the main objective was to get more items or like more crafting supplies. But seeing how good the experience is in Terrorized Nightmare, it kind of made me re-evaluate a little bit, because I think that if we can get to like level 70, which seems very doable, or like, okay, that's 5 levels, but getting like several more levels seems very doable with how fast the experience are in the terror zone. I mean, look, the damage is higher, like going from 600 max to 800 max. It's definitely gonna make a difference. But of course, now Emilio is even more fragile than Galsar was. Useless co-rune. Imagine if we could make hustle for the mercenary, like in a weapon. That would help a lot as well. And of course, hitting enemies 82% of the time compared to like 60 or 70 or whatever we were doing in Hell is making a big difference too. Return of the King, Emilio is back. is here to... He saw me struggling, so just like a knight on a white horse and shiny armor, he comes back to save us. Isn't like level 75 reachable in Nightmare with like Bale runs? Yeah, it definitely is. But then we're gonna spend probably more than the entirety of this stream just farming in Nightmare, which maybe if we have to do it, we have to do it, but... hopefully not. Yeah, actually, maybe if we socket Emilio's next weapon, maybe we should socket one of his armor pieces too, because I really think that Emilio's survivability is like the biggest thing we can do right now. Getting 1 point into Frenzy might be the objectively right thing to do, but I don't trust myself to use that correctly. Gem Shrine, wow, perfect, we are so lucky. Well, it is subjective, I guess, but that is so nice to get, just randomly like that. Make sure I have no other gems in my inventory. Perfect. Emerald. Very nice. Man, and I got that last level up really quickly. We are so lucky, gets cursed. Yeah. It says something about a man's journey when he gets excited about a gem shrine. A good, like, measuring stick for this challenge, I think. Gems for charms or crafts? Definitely for crafts. Next up is a mercenary craft, and then after that I think I will do a... why can't I use Grimward on any of the bodies? Oh, here we go. Okay, this level 3 was significantly harder than level 2. The damn Oblivion Knights are such a pain. Can you just not make Grimwards from Knights? Is that a thing? Alright, I guess you can't make Grimwards from Knights. But you can find item on them. That is weird. What about the specters? No? So you can hork some enemies that you can't Grimward. Thank you, Rock the C-Pop, for the donation, the super chat. We should vote on crafts. Chat seems divided on the issue.
I can't carry anymore.
When it comes to crafts now, I am the sole monarch and dictator. I appreciate all the input, but I'm gonna make the decisions myself from now on. But you know, feel free to make your case in chat if you have a strong opinion on what to craft next. I see so much smack talk about the throw respec in chat, and I really think you overestimate how strong the leap attack barb was. And especially how safe it was. Oh, you should make, if this terror zone is good, make sure to do level 1 as well. Good point. I should probably go to level 1 instead, because the knights make this particular one really nasty. Like, I only gotten 2 bars in like 5 minutes or something. But level 2 was really good. So, good point, thank you. I will go look for level 1 instead. Well, I see level 1 over here, but I mean, I will clear this out and then go to level 1. Just double checking that I am in fact recording this run, and I was. Or this stream rather. It would be really sick to have a higher pierce chance as well. But that is one stat that I think it's just impossible to get on crafted items. Oh, no ID scrolls. I did not know the loot goblin streams. He does occasionally. Now, I've been trying to be a bit more consistent about it, because it is a lot of fun to do the challenges live. But prior to starting this challenge, I was streaming very infrequently and like spontaneously. Stone skin, that's annoying, but it is whatever. Actually, if I'm not gonna dodge the projectiles, I don't really need to run away, right? I might as well stand and throw my access point blank. I guess then they can melee me, but...
I can't carry anymore.
Shaco? Oop, now I just remember that I'm playing in hardcore, so standing outside of town on 1 HP actually has a real consequence. Good thing I caught myself. I thought the Merc solo run was cool. I like that one. Yeah, that was really fun, both making the video, playing it, and like how the video turned out. I'm definitely gonna go and make another video like that with another mercenary. But for some reason I keep pushing it, like postponing it, and I guess it is because that is real grindy. If you think this run is grindy, playing with only a mercenary is like a multitude worse. But they are coming back. I am going to do at least one, or maybe hopefully all mercenaries, but there's gonna be another one eventually. But probably not at least not the next 2-3 videos, I would say. Gonna try to remind myself to stay hydrated as we ascend into level 1. Act 5 Merc. Yeah, I was actually thinking that, not because maybe I think the Iron Wolf from Act 3 is gonna be the most challenging, but I really wanna play, like try the Barbarian Mercenary, because I've used him so infrequently, and I also think that it would be a fun run to try and make the Barbarian Mercenary work. So that is actually the one I'm currently thinking of doing next. Of course, that might change, but I think that would be fun. Now the issue is that, how do I get the Act 5 Mercenary? do I start the challenge in Act 5? Or do I like try and cheat like with the hero editor or something to give myself the mercenary? I'm not exactly sure how to do that. But it should be possible. Like give yourself the waypoint to Act 5 or something. Never used Act 5 mercenary, yeah. Me neither. Like I used him a short while for one run. But basically only to hire him. I didn't use him for long because I think I swapped to Might Aura once I got to Act 2 Nightmare. So I used him for like 2 or 3 acts. Act 5 command line. Are you sure that that works in Resurrected? My spacebar is broken. Because I remember that command, but I'm not sure if it works in Resurrected actually. Hi chat and all, thanks for this great and fun challenge. I try it on my own 1.14 with pluggy shared context for all my items. I'm only on Nightmare Hardcore Barb, just like yours. Concentrate and Work Cry, level 53. I have a club crafted back, recovered level 16. Oh, nice TTD. I have to ask, how do you like Concentrate? Because I think that was the only real other consideration for this run. But it felt to, like, without testing it, I was worried it would be very slow and like it's a slow single target attack. Act 5 with Hustle and Lawbringer is good. I guess... Yeah, I guess Hustle is not too hard to make. I forget what is in Lawbringer. Is it... is that Lem Co? Lem Eld? I like it very much, but it falls off, I think, where it takes time to kill bosses. Maybe my weapon is too weak. Yeah, if you're still using your first craft back from level 16, I think it might be a bit of a weak weapon. But also, like slow attacks and like most attacking characters do kind of struggle against act bosses. Unless you have a lot of like crushing blow or something. At least from my experience. Act 5 mercs are really good, but only with endgame gear. Yeah, I think that is the issue. Sometimes people are like commenting on how a run gets too easy if I use Act 2 mercenaries. And they are really strong and the aura they provide are great. But I think that people also tend to overestimate the Act 2 mercenary from like a playthrough perspective. And it feels like they are just thinking about their super endgame Emilio with fortitude and all those cool items. When in reality it is kind of a struggle to keep a like a melee mercenary alive. I guess not if you have teleport, I guess. Or well, then it's still a struggle, but it's manageable. Lem Co for a Lawbringer. Right. And then it's like Shale something Co for Hustle. Yeah, seems good. And decently farmable. Of course, on a mercenary only run, it's very hard to like target farm because the mercenary is very stupid. So any kind of farming run is gonna be a bit painful to do, but of course you have to do what you gotta have to do. Shale Co-Eld, alright. What are we doing? Well, we are taking a short detour from Act 2 Hell because we just hit a wall, so I'm trying to somehow improve our character. We have gotten like 2 levels, or maybe even 3. No, 2 I think already. And hoping for some gem drops. I haven't gotten a single gem drop that I can remember prior to that one. But unfortunately, I know for a fact that we haven't gotten any rubies. We only found 1 gem shrine, which I guess you can argue is a gem drop. And the healers are making everything so annoying. I guess it's my bad for not really targeting them enough. Is the Act 1 merc with lightning still possible? No, unfortunately they removed that in Resurrected. I'm not sure why. Part of it might be because the Act 1 mercenaries now benefit from +2 Amazon skills, and they can also use Amazon bows. So getting to +3 skills would be very easy in Resurrected. Act 1 Fire Merc with Ravenclaw or Kuko enchanted by a sword. Shoots every time you teleport. Yeah, unfortunately the fire's explosive arrow stat on Ravenclaw and Kuko Shikaku is bugged when used by mercenaries. They don't deal any area damage. Of course, the merc still can use it like by herself, and then it works. But if a merc uses Kuko Shikaku, she shoots the... It looks like she always fires explosive arrows, but her normal attack still doesn't do splash damage. For some reason. Very unfortunate, because it's a cool build. Pause the game, I need to go buy a beer. Be right back. On a Monday morning? I guess we might not be in the same time zone. But even if we are, who am I to judge? Enjoy your beer, Rock the Seapop. I'm gonna snipe this guy. I don't recall them healing this frequently. It feels like they're healing more than they're casting like offensive spells. How else will you get through the work week? Yeah, it is rough out there. Yeah, the thing that fires explosive arrows doesn't work, it's very annoying, especially since the graphic is there, and it wouldn't be overpowered. I guess it just never made sense to fix it from Blizzard's point of view. But it is a shame, because it would be a very cool build. It is still a very good build, I think, because the mercenary uses her skills very frequently. So I think after we finish this level, we can go back to Hell real quick to try and buy Elite Polearm for Emilio. And do that big craft with 250 enhanced damage, 2 sockets, lifesteal. What else? Maybe some cold damage for crowd control. You mean Elite Spear? Right, Dwinbar. Very good point. Yeah, if I buy an Elite Polearm, I'm gonna be very sad because we can't craft with that, so it needs to be a spear. Good call, good call. Hopefully I can get one more level up before doing so. Before we finish off this level, I mean. Like one more level up before we finish off this level of the Worldstone Keep. Mancatcher, yeah, that would be good. I will make sure to double check that we can actually buy. Sorry, I will make sure that what we can actually buy before I start refreshing a vendor. Because I'm pretty sure you have, or like I know you have to be in Hell to be able to buy elite level gear. But some merchants only some merchants sell some of the items. Man, having really a real hard time speaking today. I take 1 week of streaming, or not even a full week, like a half week of streaming, and I forget how to speak. Would have been really cool to find just any ruby as well. Because I think right now we are kind of far off from a perfect ruby, right? But if we get a weapon with a big life bleach roll for the Mercenary, or socket it with an end rune, we might actually want to craft a hit power helm for the Mercenary to give him a slight boost with another chance to cast Frost Nova. Because the 1 lifesteal on the helm is not that significant. 9% deadly strike is really nice. But I think I would like him to cast Frost Nova more often. So just shy of 1 of the level up, but I don't think getting to level 67 is gonna make any difference at all on crafting anyway. You missed a flawless ruby last stream. I would say that you are lying, but that does sound like me. Unfortunate. So let's see here. Let's open a new window and show you guys. Main monitor display. So what we could be going for are Hyperion Spear, Stygian Pike, Mancatcher. And I guess Mancatcher is what we would be hoping for the most. But I mean, any of them are gonna be solid. Hyperion Spear or Mancatcher would be the best, I guess. If he can even wear those. Let's check his stats real quick. $157, $125. Right, so he can wear the Hyperion Spear. He cannot use a man catcher right now, and he's kind of far off. He can also not use a Stygian Pike right now. Well, by process of elimination, I guess we're going for a Hyperion Spear, because that is the only one he can actually use right now. So I guess Hyperion Spear it is. If we can... Where do I have that? Where do I have the... Here we go. Oh, I'm not sharing my screen. Hold on. So we are level 66 and we are looking for a spear. Oh. No one sells Hyperion Spears. Crap. What were the other ones? Stygian Pike? None. Mancatcher. Farah can sell a War Pike. That's unlucky. Ghosts, yeah. So I guess the only thing we can buy is a War Pike. But that's very slow. Very big damage, but very slow. But I guess that is our only option. Well, of course we can find it, but that's gonna be really difficult, right? And now I closed the chat window. No, here it is. Right. Sorry. Try gambling. You can craft... you can craft a spear from the staff recipe and hope for an elite version. I like how you think, Gabriel, but unfortunately that only creates polearms and it also creates exceptionals at max. Hello, Nuclear Rabbit. Hello, hello. You can do tower runs with weapon racks. Yeah, but that's gonna be so rough. You still use Area at Summit too? I knew I'd like you for a reason. It's a shame they've forgotten to update it. Yeah, it is my go-to for information.
Good day.
We can gamble for one probably, but it's gonna be so rare to get what we're looking for. The problem with a War Pike is that he's like 10 strength short. The Throwbarb is still alive, yes, but he is a little bit underwhelming right now. He's been quite weak, I have to say, in Act 2 Hell. So we were doing some nightmare runs. Elite items, just checking again. Yeah, we need 165 strength to wear a War Pike.
Good day to you, partner.
Oh, thank you, Meppel, for becoming a member. I appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. So to get him to 165 strength, I think gets 2 strength per level, so it's gonna be 4 more levels. That seems reasonable, even though I would prefer to not farm for the rest of this stream in Nightmare, that is. Warpike is Q level 85, you cannot gamble one in your current level. Oh damn, that is true too. It's gonna be hard to gamble most of them as well. Maybe all of them. But a war pike, I can buy a war pike. War pike specifically, I can buy from Farah. It's gonna be quite rare, but it is possible. Socket armor and helm and use perfect amethyst to give 20 strength. Yeah, but I wanted to use the socket in quest for the pike itself to give him more lifesteal.
Greetings.
Yes, war pike is slow. But what else? Am I really gonna craft him another exceptional? Or are we just gonna keep an eye out and see if we drop one naturally? That could also be a thing. Like we could just go about our day, and if like program my eyes to look for Hyperion spears and mancatchers and what else? The problem is I don't even remember, even though I looked it up 2 times in the last 5 minutes, I still can't remember what all of them are called. So that's the issue, right? He needs 4 levels anyway, right? Yeah, maybe he does. Maybe I just need to suck it up, rename the stream from Pushing Through Hell to something more fitting with what we're actually doing. Maybe they don't sell war pikes at your level. Well, I can't be sure, but the thing I had on screen just a minute ago, the shopping calculator, it does take your character level into consideration.
Good day.
Well, the thing is, the thing that buying from vendor is up +2 character levels. It's actually +5, but even if with +5, the thing is that it doesn't necessarily work just like that, because we were able to buy winged axes, right? And they have a Q level of 80. So I shouldn't be able to buy winged axes either then, with my current level. The problem with weapon racks in the tower is that not only do we need to get the right one, well, I guess that is the only problem.
Good day.
Can you check what level you need to be able to buy the things you need? I don't know how to check that exactly. I'm just blindly trusting the thing I looked up before. Let me just open that again real quick. I should really bookmark this with how often I'm using it. Right, here we go. Bookmarked. So let's do this again, and feel free to jump in if you think I'm doing something weird or wrong. But let's see. First, we set our character level to 66, which is our current level. So now shopped items will be item level 71. And then we click in spears and war pike. I should be able to buy a war pike from Farah. And ghost spear, all right. I guess I didn't look at all of them before. Why can't I all of a sudden buy a ghost spear as well? But let's see. Let's just see if it is a like level problem. If I increase my level to 85, can I buy Hyperion spears then? No. It has a really high dexterity requirement, unfortunately. But what we can do is what we could do is try and farm the levels first, and if we get lucky and find the Hyperion spear, problem solved. If not, we can brute force a warpike from our friend in town. New stream name, item shopping, science tabs.
It is an honor to serve you.
It is, I mean, it might seem like I'm struggling and going through a painful like rut in the challenge, but actually doing this stuff, like trying to figure out how I can buy one item that I can roll with the potential to be something good, but no guarantee, with the hopes of slightly faster progress, this is like the most fun thing ever to me in Diablo 2. Remember to keep an eye out for those fire enchanted exploders. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to... Speaking of exploders, I'm not looking forward to dolls later on. Need axe bases for later too? Oh, right, yeah, if I'm doing this, I should definitely look for axe bases as well. Thank you. But I guess we don't need to do this yet.
It is an honor to serve.
Actually, thinking out loud, I definitely shouldn't do it yet, because it would be better to... Alright. Yeah, I should take off my charms. Yeah, I'm all over the place today. But what I was going to say is that if we're gonna wait, I definitely should wait with shopping as well, because more levels will mean a higher item level for the craft as well. Even if it's a small difference, I should wait on buying the bases then. Try Nightmare Cows. Can I get elite bases in Nightmare Cows? Should be able to, right? I don't think axes are gonna make a big difference. Your damage output is gonna be low anyway. Let me think. Yeah, I mean, if we get like 100 extra ED on one of the axes, I do think it's gonna make a difference. But it's not gonna turn me into like a super strong endgame character for sure. And I just realized that we are running around in hell on players 3. I should go to town, but let me do a quick ninja. Never mind. Let me do a quick ninja downgrade. Looking for the waypoint. I just gonna see if we get a rack in the tower that is very close to the waypoint. I am down to trying some racking. Sorry, not close to the waypoint, but close to the entrance. But I want to find the waypoint as well. Isn't Magic Find... Magic Find will not increase your chance to find jewels, because the game decides what item to drop before it decides the rarity. And since jewels can't be normal, or like non-magical, it doesn't actually increase your chance of getting a jewel. It only increases the chance to get a rare or unique jewel. can't use that excuse to hoard magic find then. No, that's right. And I still do a little bit. I still have a little bit of magic find, I think. Yeah, 12. Which is about as slow as you'll see me go, but it's hard to force it in this challenge.
I'll be your best friend in this forsaken camp.
So thank you for the gifted membership, Rock the C-Pop.
Good evening.
I appreciate it. Also happy to hear that the voice line for the gifted stuff seems to be working again. It was bugging out last time for unknown reasons, but it seemed to be working now. Hello Zarfen, I stumbled across your video when I was ill and I binged watched half your channel. Thanks for the entertainment. Oh, happy to hear that, Scare ST. I appreciate it. Glad you enjoyed the videos. Still impressed that you got this far with this character. Yeah, me too, but only because it's hardcore. Because this is a very grindy challenge, but like for normal and nightmare, it wasn't that bad, right? At least in my opinion. I mean, it wasn't easy by any means, but... And Emilio is struggling. But I mean, that kill speed was not good, but if we could kill enemies that fast in Act 2, I wouldn't have a damage issue whatsoever. So maybe it is all about making Emilio stronger. Yeah, his resistance is really bad at level 66. So maybe that's a reason to go heavier into battle orders instead of double swing. Right. Haven't really figured out what to do against physical immunes either, unfortunately. Merc attack speed is low. Yeah, it certainly is, and it's not gonna... If we go for a war pike, it's not gonna be any faster. So it would be nice to find something else for sure. But I don't think that farming the tower in hell is really feasible anyway. Seems like a good way to get myself into bad situations. With all the ghosts and archers and everything. Hire an Act 3 Fire Mercenary. Well, then I lose Emilio. And I don't think... I mean, Enchant would be nice, but I don't think it's gonna outweigh the benefit of having Emilio. I guess you mean to solve the fire immune problem? Yeah. Dude, your videos are legendary. Oh, thank you, Fred Nokio. I appreciate it. Oh, thank you, thank you. So while we contemplate on how the hell we should make it through hell, we might as well try and get Emilio those missing levels. But yeah, he is really slow. So, I mean, ideally we would get something else than a pike base. But it's gonna be hard to find one, I feel. Warhammer. Ooh. Alright, we're only in Nightmare, but still, I guess I should increase the player settings once we're back in Nightmare. for a bit more experience. I see some Wahid maxis in chat, and I will not scold you because I'm sure you just don't know any better. But if you open your eyes to the greatness of Emilio, you shall see the light. Galsar Supremacy. Galsar has been doing good for us as well. How many people are watching on Twitch? I don't like I don't have my viewer numbers up while I'm live on purpose, just so I don't get distracted by like looking at stats while running through hardcore. But I do have them on a tab here somewhere. Hello, Mr. Bat. Right, so right now we have 500 people watching on YouTube and wow, 100 people watching on Twitch as well. Very cool. I'm happy that so many of you are joining me on this fine Monday. Even though, despite the clickbait title of Promising Progress Through Hell, while we are conceding to the fact that hell is for big boys and had to go back to Nightmare.
Thanks.
And seeing how Emilio struggles on players 3 in a Nightmare Terror Zone, it really feels like... I mean, I want to make Might Aura work, but it does seem like a little bit of a long shot. More like you are joining me on my morning D2R session. Oh, that's fair. Yeah, I'm happy to be your second monitor gaming companion.
Good day to you, partner.
Thank you. His Tamin, I guess, for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. What level is Emilio? He should be the same as me. Yeah, 67. Yeah, he's very close to my experience, so he levels up very quickly after I do on every level. It is still progress if you think about it. Yeah, it definitely is. It's just a little bit of a detour. Like sometimes if you want to bake a cake, you have to break some eggs, but sometimes you might even have to go to the store to buy the eggs in the first place because you underestimated how many eggs you would need. But eventually you will get your cake. It's just gonna take a little bit longer, right? Can we get a dang ruby drop? Yeah, that would be nice. That would be nice. Trying to get rid of the healers. Whoops. Sorry, Emilio. To break an egg first you need to invent a chicken or something. Exactly. Invent a chicken. That's what neighbors are for.
Good
I
afternoon.
doubt that any of my neighbors has any good Diablo 2 gear to lend me, but I appreciate the suggestion. If we were doing a regular run without the crafting restriction, I actually think I would go for a prayer mercenary and try to go for the cure and insight combo, because I think that would, like, a big amount of heal would go a long way. But of course I'm not allowing myself to do that with the crafting restriction. But I think that could be a really strong defensive boost, maybe even more so than Holy Freeze actually. And these guys are taking forever to kill. I guess the terror zone is about to end soon anyway, so maybe don't need to min-max it. I was thinking that maybe I should go to level 3 instead of to level 1 to avoid the ghoul lords. But since it's about to end anyway, it's probably not gonna be worth it. And a big downside of playing hardcore as well, at least from my point of view, is that I also need to focus so much more intensely on the game that it makes it a lot harder to like keep up with the chat messages and whatnot. Oh, that's a big pile of enemies. Finally starting to use the Grimward a little better as well. It is really has been a really solid skill, not only for the bonus damage, but also just to like crowd control. Seems like it's doing a lot for me anyway. Of course, you still need to get the first kill, which is kind of what I struggled to do in Hell, Act 2 Hell. That's okay, we can entertain ourselves while you work. so the second monitor company while you work stream has to take a short technical break. Can you please entertain yourselves while I farm Nightmare? All right. I barely even know what I'm saying anymore. So let's just recoup in town. What the heck are we doing? Flawless topaz on the ground. I've stopped picking up skulls and topazes since you can't craft with them anyway. Wahid is number 1, Emilio is little dog. Man, if I ever saw a message worthy of a ban, it's that one, but I'm feeling nice today, so I'll let it slide. But that is some serious slander. The dark wood, that should be easy to do, but maybe the experience won't be that good anyway, because the monster types are pretty poor, right? Man, this is a really easy area. And I mean, the experience seems to be... Yeah, it is moving. Maybe it doesn't work like that. Maybe there isn't like a penalty just because the area is in a earlier... Or like the terror zone is an early area. Hard to watch the streams live. No consideration for his fellow Swedes who work at this time. Well, it's the perfect time to watch a stream, right? I'm just kidding. Oh, thank you for the super chat, Baltasar. What's your biggest piece of advice for new players who want to become loot goblins in Diablo 2? Well, if your goal is to become a loot goblin, my advice is to pick up too many items, pick up everything, fill your shared stash by the end of Act 3 with useless items, and then spend the rest of your playthrough having to engage in inventory management. But kidding aside, I really think that... I'm not gonna say people underestimate it, but you can really get a lot of magic find early, especially once you reach Act 2. You can buy both gloves and boots with up to 25 magic find from vendors, like from L6. And sometimes people on my videos, they are like, wow, I can't believe he finds so many good items so early. I never find anything. And I don't know how they play, but I am fairly certain that they don't maximize MF as early as I do. It's not uncommon for me to have like 70 or even sometimes 100 magic find in Act 2 of normal. So if you want to be a real loot goblin, my advice is to put 2 chip topazes in your helm, put 3 chip topazes in your body armor, or 2 if you don't want to go through the hassle of finding a 3-socket armor early, and then buy boots and gloves of fortune in Act 2 normal. And then you're off to a good start of becoming a certified loot goblin. And then, of course, you have to get lucky to get the good drops. Because even if you find 5 unique items, they might be all trash, right? Like, even for my videos, I never show every unique drop, even for the videos, because some items are just... They're not good, and they're no fun to, like, talk about. Oh, I saw War Spear, and oh, that's it, but it was a War Pike we were looking for before. Bad sign, but I can really... I feel that I am getting more and more relaxed. It's like my shoulders are sinking down, feeling more loose, relaxed. I gotta stay vigilant. Excuse me, but how good is our poison resistant that you're throwing a 24 poison resist charm on the ground? Well, our inventory is full already. Like... When we were in Hell, these 2 rows were also full of charms with life and fire and lightning resist. It's just very full as it is. You can increase drop chance with mods as well. Yeah, absolutely. But the way I played the challenges, it makes no sense for me to do that. But of course, I think that's if you just want to play it casual or want to do something that is not grind focused, I think that's a nice quality of life change you can do. Thank you for another super chat, Baltasar. I can't make a barb who doesn't have over 250 MF by Act 2 normal these days. Doesn't feel right without double gal. Ooh, wow, double gal. I can only dream of finding Gull daggers on my runs. No, but yeah, early magic find is definitely a drug that you get addicted to. It's hard to play the game without magic find. So this, like playing this character was a challenge for me because I couldn't get any early magic find, right? Because I could only craft stuff. Surprisingly good experience, I must say. But of course it is a terror zone. I'm not sure why I expected it to be worse just because it's Darkwood. Maybe it doesn't work like that. The cutoff is about around 120. After that, it's diminishing returns. Well, it is. If you want to be like technical about it, you get diminishing returns from the very first point. But of course, yes, the first magic find is much more impactful than what comes later. Blizzard abandoned D2R a long time ago. I don't want to believe it, but I think you are right. In hindsight, it is very obvious that they did all the updates to D2R to create hype for Diablo 4, right? So I am not hopeful that we will get any meaningful upgrades ever again. But it is what it is. I mean, I still think it's a very fun game to play, even without getting any updates, but of course it would be cool to see. $12 ED Mage Plate. If it was 15 ED Mage Plate, I would sell it to a vendor, but as it is, I think I'm just gonna leave it on the ground. Level 67. Right, so it doesn't seem unreasonable to get to level 70 actually. It felt like a real long shot, but we've been live for like 2 hours now and are already 68, and that's with doing a lot of other random stuff as well. It would be very fun if we could get another perfect ruby or two. But it is what it is. I don't feel like going to lower cross right now. Maybe if we have to. Maybe since we have a duel, maybe we should go for one perfect ruby by like forcing it in lower crossed. That could be fun. Or it would not be fun to farm for the ruby, but it would be cool to get it. I should make that distinction very clear, I guess. Because I am perhaps a bit crazy, but I'm not a lower crossed enjoyer. But I'm not the biggest hater either. It's actually gone to the point where if you... Oh, wow, those are some nice gloves. Oh man, what a run to get laying of hands on. Pause what I was going to say about lower crossed. Holy man. Why on this of all runs? 350 damaged demons, 20 attack speed.
Hello.
Goodbye, beautiful bramble mitts. That was a bit sad, not gonna lie. Like we're playing a physical-based attacking character, find laying of hands randomly, and we can't use them. Of course, not the first time that it's happened on this run, but I definitely... That has to be the best item we have found, right? Like the best rare or unique. You can wear it, we'll look the other way. No, you won't. No one's gonna look the other way. Hey, I know you from YouTube. Very cool videos you make. Glad I can catch you live. Oh, thank you, Monomizer. Glad you like the videos. I should probably do a better job of actually picking up the more of the random crap and sell for gold. Ooh, another jewel. All right, so with 2 jewel drops back to back, I think we owe it to Qbert to farm a couple of rubies before we go back to hell. Since now we can make a new Emilio stick. We do have jewels for 3 more crafts now, in addition to the Emilio stick, but we don't have any gear to do it with.
I can't carry anymore.
Sorry, we don't have any gems to do it with. At least not if we're gonna do blood stuff. I can't wait for the ethereal lacerators to drop halfway through hell. Yeah. I'll take solace in that it would be very good content, I guess. Oh, I thought we had 3 jewels in addition to this, but we have 3 jewels in total. Alright, I see. But that is 2 blood weapons, or maybe a hit power helm for Emilio for a bigger chance, like a higher chance to cast Frost Nova, because 1 lifesteal isn't much. 9 Deadly Strike is much, but yeah, I don't know. But we are so ruby poor. Easy 35k. Well, I'm actually not even sure if an ethereal lacerator would sell for 35k. As dumb as that sounds. For me as a returning player, it's very hard to tell which gear is good and which is worthless. Yeah, it is a fine line sometimes between good and worthless gear, for sure. Since we finished all the terror zone areas, I guess we can go and look for some gems real quick. While simultaneously scouting the map.
It's locked. I need a key.
Oh, I don't have keys. But then I think I also need to... Well, I don't think. I know I need to buy the bases as well.
Good day.
I like the angry player 7. Yeah, fine, give me your player 7. Just give me the damn rubies.
Yes.
Rune stuff could be a lot of gold. But yeah, just doing this run, I really feel like not in the right mood for lower cross right now. What is another good place to get like flawless gems? I guess we can try players 1 cows, because we did some players 3 cows. And that was not good at all, it was very slow. Cows, Trav, cows. Ooh, I could whip out and the bonus against demons axe and do some Trav runs. Alright, let's do that after I finish this up. Actually, when I did my off-stream farming before last stream, I believe, I actually found most of my jewels and gems from just random stashes and skeletons and stuff on the ground.
I am overburdened.
And logs. And of course, it's a bit scary to play on player 7, even if you're in lower caste. It also looks, unless I've missed it, it looks like I only have one bonfire. One flawless gem, but of course it's the wrong kind. I guess it is 7.5k or something. A more modest players, more casual players 3. Try Mausoleum.
Yes.
For ghosts, you mean, or? That's how I get most of my money in real life, searching random stashes and chests on the ground. Good for you. Check the Naga. Could piss off the PvP guys if it's 5 ethereal sockets. Yeah, that is one thing that I really have a bad read on, like items used for PvP, or like those really like super end game like magic stuff. I don't really have a good grasp on at all. Just gonna be a little bit careful because they are like fire enchanted and stuff. And I don't think I should die here, but you never know. And of course, if you don't kill them very quickly, they are so annoying with the healing. I guess I'll have to do this. Come on. I'm having flashbacks to last time we tried the council, and it was exactly the same. Let's take down the cursed guy first. Oh, thank you for the super chat. I will read it once the council is dead. It might still be good, but I'm not the biggest fan of farming these guys.
I am overburdened.
Can an Act 1 merc make it through hell? Feels like they're worse than Act 1. I do think they're worse than Act 1. I feel it should be possible if I use the same strategy as in my video where I did the Act 1 Mercenary. It feels possible, but yeah, definitely more difficult, I think.
Good day.
I think my next Mercenary only video is gonna be with the Barbarian. Because I want to use the Barbarian merc. I think the issue with the Act 2, like the Act 3 Mercenary, is that they scale so poorly. Like if you give a Mercenary open wounds and crushing blow, they can do some good work. And if you get them like an insight bow, which I didn't do, but that could be also a really strong piece of equipment. Whereas it's harder to like find a really meaningful upgrade for a Act 2 mercenary. I think. I haven't tried it though. Take demon hide armor. I probably should take more stuff, but I filled out my inventory, and I think demon hide... I guess demon hide could be worth a bit more gold. But otherwise, in general, it is cheaper... No, you get more gold from metal armors for some reason. Alright, I did not like the Trav run. I guess I can try again with a little bit more strategy. Yeah, like you were saying, Rob, taunt them out before I start throwing down Grim Wards. How are you looking full Ryu-wise? Yeah, these are my last ones. I've used more than I would have liked. I've used like 10 or 8 so far this stream, so I have taken a lot of them from my stash, unfortunately. And most of them have been used on Emilio or Galsar before him, which is probably not a good strategy. Just trying to save a little bit of gold. Trying to make him... Maybe if I go in instead of trying to... No, but then we're gonna have the same healing problem. The problem is that they are all spawning... let's abandon that run. The problem is that they are all spawning inside. Might as well make some budget gear for an Act 5 Merc, like double Last Wish. Yeah, I've heard their Last Wish is pretty bad. So it might only be fair. Thank you for the super chat, Balthazar. Now I'm feeling lost again, so let's just focus on the levels for now. Mr. the Loot Goblin, I've come to ask you a food question. Feel free to ask, but I don't have good or fun answers, most likely. Food is necessary fuel as far as I'm concerned, and of course I do like eating good food, but I don't have much opinions about it. Oh, that's a question I can answer. If you put a soup into a blender and blend it, is it now a smoothie? I wouldn't say so, because you can have a really like well mixed soup and it's still soup. Like tomato soup, at least the way I eat it, is very... I don't know the English word, but like it's very flat, or it's very non-texturized. So I believe you can still call it a soup. But I have a question for you. Is cereal a type of soup? Like cereal with milk, is that a type of soup? What? Hyperion Spear? Did I miss a Hyperion Spear? Oh, it's a... Oh, man, it's a rare one. Oh. Man. Thank you for pointing it out, Joe. Maybe there was someone else, but that is rough.
I am overburdened.
Well, I will fully admit that I didn't look for them at all, so I would have missed it either way if you didn't tell me. But man, that is a sad sight. Maybe we can do some cube shenanigans. If it rolls with a socket, will I be able to re-roll it with gems? Take the magic find off. Yeah, the magic find is really hurting me. But I guess I might have been, if I didn't have magic find, maybe we would have found a normal one, like a non-magic one. Well, the good news is that now we know that we can find Hyperion Spears in Nightmare Terror Zones. Cope. Local loot goblin defeated by his magic find. Yeah. More news at 11. So is there anything? No, it doesn't have. But can we, isn't there a recipe like this with 3? Now I've sold all of my flawless gems. Whoops. No, here we go. Isn't there like you can re-roll this, but maybe it only works with magic items? Yeah. Or like something like this.
I can't.
But maybe that is also only for magic items. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be working. Six P-skulls to re-roll rares. Yeah, but I don't want it to turn into a rare. But for example... Yeah, but if I have 6 skulls, I re-roll it into another rare, right? I want to make it into a magic one. And there are some recipes where you can do that. But it will also severely, like, heavily lower the item level, so maybe it's not worth it. But there is like a recipe that is like a socketed... No, I guess it's a magic weapon and 3 flawless gems will make another magic weapon, or maybe it's only for socketed or something. But there is some kind of recipe like that, but I guess it doesn't work for rares. Let's build up the rejuve bank again though. I have to stop using rejuvenation potions on Emilio, unfortunately. Unfortunately for Emilio, that is. 3 of the same gems? No. There is no recipe that calls for like 3 flawless sapphires or... Your stash is such a mess. Yeah, it really is. I can just since we're talking, there's a lot of talk about it in chat, I can just show you what recipe I was referencing. So let's go to the cube. And bring out... Oops, I have to share screen. Bring out the trusty area at Summit again. But for example, where is it? Oh, like this one. 3 flawless gems plus 1 magic item, socketed magic weapon. Or this one. 3 standard gems, normal, and 1 socketed weapon. 1 socketed magic item. Wait, so you're saying that if we use a Larsec quest on the rare, we can turn it into a socketed magic weapon, which we can then use to craft with. But that seems like a waste, because we need the Larsec quests for the actual gear. Oh right, maybe that's what you were saying. Or if we find a Stone of Jordan, we can forcibly add a socket to the rare and then re-roll it with this recipe. Yeah. The problem is though, of course, that it does set it to a low item level always, so you can't get a really high level weapon. Now an elite weapon will have a high... No, actually, yeah. A very high item, like a high level item, like the Hyperion Spear, will have a higher quality level as well. And I do believe that... Where is it? Here. If the quality Q level of the item is higher than the I level, then the I level will be set to the Q level for crafting only. So maybe that's not that big of an issue. But even with that, I don't want to waste one of my socketing quests on a potential Merc Spear craft. I think that's a bit too long of a long shot, even for me. But a good reminder, because I really do need to keep an eye out for it, because my brain didn't even register the drop. doing the challenge, but allowing any cubed items. If I were to redo this challenge, like completely from scratch, if we die, knock on wood, but if I die, I think I will do, like the repeat will be that as well, like use anything created in the cube, but banning like just upgrading a unique or adding sockets to a white weapon and make a rune word. Tell Charles I said hi, I will. How goes it? I'm doing some Hell Mephisto runs right now. Yeah, it's going well. Good luck on the runs. Hope you find what you're looking for. Thank you for the super chat, Benjamin. Thanks for the quality content. I'm on part 6, but I have a lot of fun with your videos. Start my own HC journey as well as a result. Keep it up. Oh, happy to hear. Glad you like the videos. And good luck on your hardcore journey. We'll see how long this hardcore journey of mine lasts, because it's been very stressful to play this character. But a lot of fun as well. If it's blessed by the cube, anything goes. Yeah. You will never die. No. Well, that's a bit of a contradiction. You will never die, the bad ones never die. Oh, well, actually, that's what you said. So I thought, I read, the first time I read the comment, I read it as you're not gonna die, only the bad ones die. And then I was gonna make a joke about it, but you already did the joke for me. Hi, Zarfen, do you mind showing your skills? No problem, I'm using high-level battle orders, not quite yet maxed, and then some 1-point wonders like Grim Ward and Battle Cry. And then for my combat masteries, I have a maxed throwing mastery, since we're a thrower. 1 point in anything else. I would like a higher natural resistance, but I am kind of struggling for points right now. And then combat skills. A maxed double throw and starting to work on double swing as a damage synergy. But I actually think I'm gonna shift back to maxing battle orders, because I think what's holding me back the most personally is Emilio's survivability. No problem. Stay strong, Emilio. I will try and get rid of the aura carrier. Alright, here we go. So we're looking for man catchers and Hyperion spears, preferably, because those are the ones we are most likely to be able to wear. Man catchers are maybe a bit too high still, since it has a high dex requirement as well. Haven't played Diablo 2 in 15 years, and I love watching your vids. Thanks for the content. Oh, that's awesome, Mitch. Glad you can relive some of that nostalgia through the videos. And of course, we do have this very nice looking remaster now, because especially as for like watching videos, I really think that the old Diablo 2 look is a bit dated. Still like a fun game still, but especially for watching, I think that the old Diablo is a bit harder to watch for me personally.
I can't carry anymore.
I saw the 3D model of this, like in the air, and I immediately thought, ah, man catcher. But of course, it wasn't. Nothing. I played D2 for 20 years and I can't go back to the old graphics. Yeah, same. It does give me a bit of nostalgia, but I'm not the biggest fan. And people have told me that this actually looks worse than the original Diablo 2, and I buy it. But I mean, just look at how wimpy the axes look. Like, look at those tiny axes. They look like the first axe you find in the game, instead of these badass throwing axes. Alright, if we're gonna find items, we might need to be in a higher area. But if we find them from something like elite... Wop wop.
I am overburdened.
I don't recall it looking that bad as a kid. No, I think there's a bit of like rose-tinted glasses. We remember it more beautiful than it was. But it is also like... It is similar to like running games made for CRT monitors on... No, that's not actually the same phenomenon. But I mean, it doesn't look this bad if you go to the real Diablo 2, Lord of Destruction. Because this is like a low resolution... version of Resurrected, and it doesn't look... This is like... I'm not sure exactly how to explain it, but it's like... It's pixelated, but very sharp, so this looks worse and like even more pukey than if you go back to the real Diablo 2 Resurrected. Right, so actually I need to go to the bathroom. And I guess we are 2.5 hours in, and we're still not in hell. But let's go... So the plan is to go up to level 70, craft another spear for Emilio, maybe craft him a new helm. Probably not gonna force any more blood crafts right now, but if we need to, we need to. So I'll be right back. I need to drink something as well. I'm starting to hear my voice like give out. But thank you everyone for hanging out. I'll be right back. Let me put up a little banner. 8 minutes. Yeah, let's keep going with the oddly specific 8 minutes, and I'll see you in a bit.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken camp.
All right. Hello, everyone. Oh, did did YouTube stream crash for a bit? My dashboard and my YouTube chat were... No, it seems to be working. Both my YouTube chat and my YouTube like dashboard page had crashed, but only the web page, I guess. But only the web pages, I guess. That was a long pee. Well, I didn't want to have to wait too long before going to the bathroom again, so I also drank a bunch of water. Oh wow, thank you, Rock the C-Pop, for the gifted memberships on YouTube. Thank you. I appreciate it. Did you do that when I was away? Thank you for keeping tab, like keeping things going on the stream while I'm away. I appreciate it. Thank you. How much water do you drink in a day, Zarfen? Not enough. When I was a regular old office worker, I tried drinking at least like 1 liter per work day, and then of course to meals and stuff it's even more. It was even more.
Yes.
But it's harder to drink while like streaming, for me anyway. But I do have a water bottle next to me, I just forget to use it. How's the gear going? Well, it could be better, but it's all right. Right, I'm not sure. I'm reading chat about some bad discussions, and please guys, we are all adults here. Don't be rude to people, don't be an asshole, and don't say bad stuff. Thank you, and please. So there was a couple of questions about what the challenge is. So the challenge is I can only use crafted items. Oh, sorry, I have for some reason removed the rules text overlay. Here we go. So I can only use crafted items, and by crafted I mean orange named items. Rune words are not allowed. Other stuff that are not orange, that is made in the cube, is not allowed. So only orange items, which makes it very challenging to find gear. But we have gotten on average better gear than I thought when like theory crafting this challenge, and also we have crafted a lot less than I figured I would have. But right now, we could really do with a few upgrades. But we'll get there eventually. What do you think you can kill? What do you think can kill you in hell? Any elite enemy, basically. Of course, I do have a big life pool, so I should be safe. But anything like archers, extra strong or might enchanted, or any like, for example, this pack, getting cursed, very dangerous. So I have the potential to die to a lot of things in hell, but I do have good defenses, so... And of course we are not there yet. We are in Act 2 hell. Like right now we are back in normal, but we are in Act 2 of hell. And of course once we get to Act 3, yeah, the explodey bone boys, exactly. The dolls, they are gonna be really hard. Goblin Dusuka, that is exactly what I'm talking about. It's not like there was anything really bad said in chat, but you are arguing what people are saying in chat. So just, you know, take a break and come back. Welcome back another time. But like, that is exactly what I'm talking about. Arguing with other people about what someone else has said in chat is exactly like, come on, man, you're a grown-up. Just move on from it. So welcome back another day to the chat. Happy to have you, but, you know, don't do that, please. So back to talking about the challenge. Level 69. One more level before we go back to hell. Craft Emilio a spear and hopefully start snowballing. Oh, did I say normal? Yeah, I'm in nightmare right now. Yes, of course. we didn't have to go all the way back to nightmare. What will be the next craft? It will be another spear for Emilio, with the hopes of increasing his lifesteal.
I can't carry anymore.
I think I have a gut feel that it will make a difference. Maybe it won't. Maybe I'm... Wow, those are nice gloves. Getting distracted. Mana Steel 30 lightning resist, half restoration. But I think it will be a meaningful upgrade. And I am totally... If it... As long as the craft isn't absolute garbage, I am also down to use a socketing quest on it to put an Am rune for more leech. You fired Chalan. Oh, that was a long time ago, Error. We've been a Galsar boy, we've been a Amplisa guy, and now we're back to Emilio. Thank you for the resub, Straylol. Hello there. Hello, hello. Man, and Cursed Blood Fist, no, Cursed Tree Fist is not what you want to fight. Extra strong, extra fast, and cursed. Of course, this is only Nightmare, so... I was just gonna say it should be fine. It wasn't fine for Emilio, but... I mean, something like this, extra strong, extra fast, and cursed, that could definitely be the end of me. And I heard a jewel drop, nice. Man, maybe I should fire Emilio, I can tank. Right, let's not be overzealous, or overconfident, rather. I like Amplisa, but since you can't craft bows, yeah, it's really rough that you can't craft bows at all. There's literally no recipe that allows for bows. And also, at least now, I really need a tank merc, I think.
Greetings.
Famous last words, yeah. Where is my... Do-do-do? Flawless Topaz. Yeah, I'm not picking up Topazes or Skulls anymore, though I really should. My mind has sorted them like useless because you can't craft with them. But they do sell for like 7.5k, which is nice. Act 3 Merc for a... Yeah, Act 3 Merc. We did we run with an Act 3 Merc for a while? I do believe so. Like a cold Merc, that's good as well. But right now, we really need someone to tank for us. And not only to like survive, but so they keep the enemies clumped up in front of us, and the Act 3 Merc and the Act 1 Merc like to run away. Not always successfully, but... But I prefer one who engages and just stays there. And then of course the aura is nice. But the jury is still out on if he can tank at all in hell. Especially now that we went with the Might aura. I have definitely switched mercenaries a lot more frequently than I usually do for the challenges. Emilio's portrait isn't visible. What? Oh, right, when he was not alive. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Yeah, the portrait glitched out for a bit. I'm sure it was just off screen for a while. It's not visible. Yeah, it is visible for me. Are you perhaps, if you're watching on mobile, have you perhaps zoomed into the video so it's out of screen? Alright, yeah, no problem. That was it. I've done that on many videos when I watch on my phone as well. I guess if you scrolled, you're on PC, but on the phone, you can accidentally zoom in a little bit so you don't see the edge of the screen. Right, so hopefully I'll be able to get that final level. Maybe not in this game because there's not that much of the map left. Or I guess I don't know that because I have been going straight for level 2 over here and then just gone for a new game. Hello Steven, yeah, I'm good, thank you for asking. Just hopefully gonna be even better soon. Very hopeful that the levels are gonna make a big difference. And of course I wanna do a big shout out to Throwing Mastery, who keeps my quantity of throwing axes full at all times without having to repair. Such a nice quality of life upgrade. Oof. That's a nice weapon. No, actually, that's not what I think it is, right?
I am overburdened.
Or is it? Is it Berisa? Oh, it is. Fuck me. Oh, sorry. Language. Man, what a run to get the Berisa on. I guess we can appreciate it for a while. So not only did we find laying of hands, gloves on this stream, now we found a great bow. I mean, if this was any other run, I would probably respec to a bow barb, even.
Good evening.
Well, fun drop for the video, I guess. I guess I might as well sell it now that we're here, but no! I'm pressing buttons too fast. What? Okay, at least I didn't... it was only potions and a flawless gem, right? But that was one of the misclicks of all time, for sure. Whoops. Been there, done that, yeah. It is like you try to play so quickly.
Yes.
When doing, like, town stuff. Well, it could have been a lot worse. Yeah, exactly, the reflex. Like, accidentally press escape one too many times and just, whoop, we're out of here.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken
Oh, thank
camp.
you so much, Straylol, for the 5 gifted Twitch subs. Thank you so much, I appreciate it. But now I heard that the audio was glitching again. That's so strange, because at the start of the stream it was working fine. When I got another gifted... it was a gifted membership for YouTube, I guess, and then it was working fine, so I'm not sure what's happening. But either way, Thank you so much for the gifts. Did I throw away the... Oof, you scared me. I thought I threw away the perfect emerald. Alright, it's here. So let's go and grab that stupid experience to level up and then move on. Should be fairly quick with farming Eldritch. I guess not if I'm slowed. Your guide is bugged again. Yeah, it's very strange because I was checking the the Twitch or stream notifications before and it seemed to work fine, and then on the YouTube notification seemed to work fine. So maybe it is. I will double check if there's something with Twitch, but yeah, I'll troubleshoot it another time. The problem is that the more often you listen to Guide, the more corrupted the sound gets. Yeah, maybe it's a feature, not a bug. I didn't consider that. Mind Enchanted, dangerous stuff, but it should not be that dangerous in Nightmare. Not, at least not Eldritched. Alright, so maybe 2 more runs, maybe 3. Probably 3, or maybe even 4.
Good afternoon.
Find item on the corpses. Ooh, what a charm. Thank you, Eldritch. Pindle is more experienced and more dangerous. Yeah, but right now this guy is also terrorized. Though I am not sure what his usual area level is. It shouldn't be too far off, actually. Six to always large charm. That was certainly unexpected. Basically, like, all my resistance comes from natural resistance and charms, basically. I do have a little bit of resist on the gear, but it's very minimal compared to the charms and natural resistance. And if I was playing softcore, I wouldn't use all of the charms I'm using because I have so limited inventory space. But I feel like I have to in hardcore, you know? Okay, maybe a little more than 3 runs. Oh, level 59 area level in Nightmare. Okay, that's lower than I expected. So then let's stick with Eldritch then. Terrorized Eldritch. What is the maximum terror TC level in Nightmare? I don't know off the top of my head, but it might be like 71 actually, or 74. Or is it higher? My gut tells me it's like 70 something, but that feels a little bit low. Oh, 75? I saw 2 people say 75 and someone 71, so I really don't know.
can't carry anymore.
Or actually, since this terror area, this area is 71 terrorized, means that... No, never mind, I am 69. I thought I was only 78 still. Never mind, never mind. No one knows, there is literally no way for us to check. Yeah. If there only was some way for us to know. My Sork died to Pindle right after teleport. Yeah, that is... It's so easy. I've done that plenty of times with sorcerers especially. Like you teleport a little bit too far, hold the button for too long, teleport right into him and zap your gun. Well, now I went there just on
Cowards hide.
reflex. That was not my intention. Hey Hammerite, I was away for some time. Did I miss anything good? You missed mostly experience grinding. But on the next ding, we are going back to hell for glory and progress. We found a few jewels, no rubies. We did manage to upgrade our flawless emerald to a perfect one, so we do have one craft to do. But not much else in upgrades. Well, I did... Oh, never mind. We did get a shimmering large charm, yeah, like 5 minutes ago, 2 minutes ago. 6 to all resistances, that's quite nice. And we found some stuff that I can't use, like I found a nice pair of green gloves and a nice golden crossbow. But I'm not gonna talk about those because it hurts. And it was like 3 boss packs at the same spawning so close to each other. Or maybe just 2. I think it was 3. No, it was probably just 2 when I think about it.
I am overburdened.
Let's do one more. And here we go. Finally.
I can't carry anymore.
Some nice full rejuves for our price. I guess I should keep those as well. Oh, that's another full one. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, there's no Deckard Cane, right.
Good day.
All right, so priority number 1. Oh. Emilio isn't level 70 yet, and he won't get to level 7 to 165 strength by level 70 either. A bit of a miscalculation. Unfortunate. I do have a hell rune, so I could do some cheeky suckering. I thought he would have 165 by the time he turned to level 70 for sure. Do not waste the socket on heal. No. Probably a bad... Since I only have one as well. That's unfortunate. Because what I wanted to do was to get to level 70. Try and buy that pike. You could roll minus requirement mod. Yeah, let's try on that. Let's see if that works out.
Hello.
So I'm trying to buy a war pike because that is probably the one we have the best chance of actually getting. It's not the best one, but it's the only one I can shop for as far as I know. What is your hit percent chance? Oh, 74. Or actually, let me just attack something. 70. Not too shabby. I mean, it's better than before,
In
right?
town. Not enough mana.
But you can see now that we're back in hell what our problem is.
Greetings.
I'm very weird fighting right at entrance. More like that chance to hit isn't the main problem. Yeah, fair. Oh, I'm on players 3. That would be a stupid way to die. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. That would have been a terrible way to die.
How may I help you?
So just trying to power shop for a war pike
Good day.
with the knowledge that I might not be able to use it. The barbarian needs to use his inside voice. Yeah, but Emilio needs to hear the shout as well, so as long as he does it outside of town, it's fine, I think.
It is an honor to serve you.
Yeah, exactly. My idea was to try and craft an elite spear and then socket it at Larsuk and put an am rune in it. And I would prefer another base than Warpike. But as far as I know, the only one I can buy is Warpike and something else. Ghost Spear. But Ghost Spear needed like 160 dexterity, and that's so far off.
Good day.
Hyperion Spear would have been really nice. Very good compromise between damage and speed.
Greetings.
But we need to find one, and that is the tough part. So I mean, imagine if you get a weapon. Maybe you can't get 2 sockets on a craft. Thinking about it, but that would be cool. 2 crafts. Or 2 sockets on the Warpike, 1 shale, 1 am. Like, not if you bring it to Larsuk, but if it spawns naturally. But I'm not sure if that's possible. Should be possible. Or maybe not on weapons.
Good day.
You can still try gamble. It's gonna be so expensive though. And like here I can just look every time. Whereas a gamble I need to pay.
Good day.
Just one or two tries, just to appease the gambling addicts.
It is an honor to serve you.
Yeah, I mean, even any elite base is gonna be better than this probably. But it would be really cool to get a slightly faster one, because you can tell when he attacks with the lance that it's really slow.
Blessings to you.
Are you going to try the upcoming Path of Exile 2 update? Probably. Not sure if I'm gonna do any like videos or content with it.
To serve you.
What I said before was that if we get like all the 3 new acts, so we have all the 6 acts, the 6 acts that the game gonna launch with, I was gonna do a challenge because it seems fun. But the update that's coming like soon will not have any additional acts, so I don't think I will do a Path of Exile 2 video. Might stream a bit of Path of Exile. Oh, you can get 2 sockets as a prefix, alright. So we can hope for that then.
To serve you.
Are you checking for access? I'm checking for access and for
Hello.
wars. What's it called? War pikes. I can't find Hyperion, unfortunately. According to the internet, no one sells it. Oh, speaking of games, which games did you end up playing on your Switch? I got a lot of good suggestions, and I picked up Slay the Spire because that seemed like the perfect like handheld game for me, but I actually never played it. But I borrowed Pokemon Diamond from a friend. I haven't played Pokemon since Pokemon Gold and Silver. And I used to like it a lot. I played Red and then Gold.
It is an honor to serve you.
I mean, sorry to all the Pokemon fans out there, but what have they done with Pokemon? It's just, maybe it's always been a children's game, but it's way too easy. Like it feels very like too handheld. Warpike, perfect, at least in my opinion. So I picked up so I played Pokemon for a bit, but I didn't enjoy it very much. Sorry to say. Wait, why can't I wear... Oh. Why are my charms messed up? 9 life, I don't need that. I have a really hard time guessing your age. How old are you? I'm not yet 40, but approaching. So let's hope for minus requirement as a natural roll, 2 sockets, big damage. Man, we didn't get anything we asked for, but that is the nature of crafting. Gambling with extra steps. So it will be an upgrade, but not a significant one. Add some cold damage, that's true. That is not great, yeah. I mean, the cold damage is the cold damage is decent since we're not running the Holy Freeze aura anymore. Yeah, Mana Steel, Copium, do another. I would do another Stray Lol if I could, but I have the jewels, but not much else. We could make a helm for him. We could make a helm, but then we lose all the lifesteal, so we can't really. Boo. What a letdown. So we can only craft caster gear or hit power gear. What a life. All right. Do we have any charms I need to equip? Poison. Lightning. Ooh, lots of lightning resist ones. And this is the toughest part about this run. We have so many charms we need to be wearing at all times. Like, I'm not gonna wear those now even, because I need some inventory space. Lightning resist looks good. What's your resistance after +6 to all? Oh, max lightning resist, that's cool. But then I'm using this and not the one with the damage to demons, which might be fine. What about armor? I think we both have decent armors. Like, it's gonna be hard to top 2 sockets on mine. And this is, I mean, it's not great, but it has Frost Nova cost, it has faster hit recovery, a little bit of fire resist. It's gonna be hard to... Yeah. Why do you have so many unassigned skill points, or stat points? I just forgot to put them in while we were farming, I guess. So I'm actually gonna do it in dexterity for more chance to hit and more damage. Let's try again. It was not like... I was gonna say something, but I'm not gonna say it because this damage is just ass. Emilia would do better with a faster weapon. Yes. But apart from the Ghost Spear, which he also can't use, there is no way to craft an elite level weapon. Sorry, there's no way to buy an elite level weapon. So I would need to find it randomly. And that's kind of a big ask right now. What are we doing, guys?
Greetings.
I don't know what to do. Are you not allowed to farm nightmare cows? Yeah, I'm allowed to farm nightmare cows. Do you think that's my best chance of getting a better base? Unfortunately, we are on players 1, yes. As much as I hate to admit it. Night cows, night cows. Singing barb, no man, no. And also, I am out of respecs, so I couldn't even if I wanted to. Yes, those are elite. They are winged axes. Farm nightmare cows for crafting mats. With proper solo self-found gear, is throw barb good? I don't know. I've never played a throw barb outside of this challenge. I think no matter what you do, I think a big problem you're gonna have with a throw barb is that it's not like I'm really missing out on any easy to make weapon upgrades by going crafting only, right? Because you can't make rune words in Axes anyway. Sorry, you can't make rune words in throwing axes. So it's not like it's gonna make the biggest of differences anyway. So while it would of course be easier, it's not like you can make insight and certainly, or like spirit, and have a super OP easy to make option. I think they are good uniques, that's for sure. Don't forget Magic Find Charms. But do I want Magic Find Charms even? Do I even want Magic Find Charms? Because if we get a rare thing, it's gonna be useless. Yeah, we're not speed farming these guys. And this is players 1 even. War Dart, can't craft that unfortunately. And it's War Dart is also exceptional, right? Magic Find does not give more jewels because the game decides what base item to drop before the rarity. So if you're gonna get a jewel, that is decided before your Magic Find even has a chance to do something. I mean, this is so slow, and also I don't get any experience basically. I think what we're gonna do is we might just try and push on a little bit in Hell Act 2 just to make some progress. And then I might need to do some off-stream lower Korost farming. Because I don't really want to farm lower Korost on stream. For some rubies and other gems, so we can do something next time. Saigon's Belt. Yeah, I do prefer Terror Zones to this. It's not that much slower, even faster in some cases. And of course this is just no experience. Yeah, farm laying of hands and Burisa. This barbarian is begging for death at this point. Yes, yes. The barbarian is just, please go to hell so I can end it. I don't want to push on anymore. You will keep trying until I say you don't. Yeah, I really Straylol, I do agree. I think what we need is to get lucky with a good winged axecraft, because I don't really see what we can get going otherwise. I voted for concentrate. Yeah, feel free to drop your I told you so's, but I really don't think that it's the fact that we're a throw barb that's the biggest problem, because we would have the same problems with a concentrate barb, only we would attack slower, but perhaps a bit more safely. So what do you think? Oh, thank you, FlowV, for the super chat. Hey man, I can't stay long, but I just want to say I love your videos. Recently found your channel and binged dozens of videos. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like the videos. I am, and thank you for the super chat. So I can go for maybe about another half an hour. So do you think we should A? Do you think we should force our way through the Maggot Lair? Or farm NMTCs for levels and mats? And let's do the same thing on Twitch. We have done an embarrassingly low amount of progress for a stream call pushing through hell. What's your plan for physical immunes? Oh, I don't have one. Like leap over them, I guess? Yeah, leap over them, I guess. Farm lower Karast for stuff. I think what I'll end up doing is, because I'm gonna stream for maybe like half an hour or maybe maximum 1 hour more. And then I might do some lower Karast farming off stream. Until next time. We don't want to see Qbert die. Yeah, so that means farm then, I guess. Farm forever. Lower in the nightmare. At this point, I'd rather you stay safe and comfortable and not die. Well, it looks like we're heading to Nightmare Terror Zones. Based on the total number of votes. Nightmare is his comfort zone. Exactly. Yeah, I might need to get 1 point into Berserk. Farm, but we get another hour. Are you trying to bargain with me? Like, we'll let you go farm, but then you need to stay for another hour. Let's try players 5, see what that looks like. Qbert must live forever. I guess players 3 is maybe still the sweet spot, since we're not... Like, I think the only time going higher than 3 is ever really worth it is that if you like are really rolling monsters, and I guess this could count as rolling monsters. We are killing them very fast. No respecs. Thank you for the bow reminder. Thank you. No, I don't have any respecs left, so we are stuck with what we got. We should vote for another reset. He could take some from his older characters. Well, I actually don't have another hardcore character. This is my only hardcore character right now. Jewel. So we have been getting like 3 jewels or maybe even 4 jewels this stream, which is more than any other, I think, but that's not exactly what we're looking for. Farm resources for a hell respec. Well, you need like the thing from all the act bosses in hell, so you can't get that until you can farm Bale in hell. Did you click on normal? No. You are a nightmare. Yeah, farm Bale so you can beat Act 2.
I can't carry anymore.
You really need to double check if you have battle orders applied. I bet this is gonna be the cause of death. Yeah. I was getting better at like doing like 4 shouts instead of 2, but I guess I fell out of that habit. Whoops. Sorry, Emilio. Well, better Emilio than me, right? Concentrating immensely. Because I'll be damned if I die in Nightmare. Does Emilio have a stream? I can ask him. And if Emilio ever decides to start streaming, I will give him a shout out for sure.
How may I be of help?
Oh, did I not pick up a flawless diamond? I guess I'm getting tired. We even found 4 jewels this stream. At least the rejuve bank is growing again. Players 5 now. I think we go for players 3. Slightly faster and less chance to do something stupid. Right, the experience is still good. Of course, it is a terror zone, so it is to be expected. But then I guess we can still, in good conscience, call it progress.
Afternoon.
Even if the progress is not in hell itself. And I want to point out that we did find the waypoint in the far oasis, which we didn't have when the stream started. Why not also use the defense shout? I should. And I'm not sure how to phrase this in a way that doesn't sound stupid, but I am out of hotkeys because the way I have set it up, like I have rebound all my hotkeys to like QWE, ASD, etc. And right now I don't have any free ones. I guess I could put it on SED or something. Or is there something I don't need to have? Yeah, that should actually help Emilio. Good point, Straylon. So where can I put Grimward instead? So it's still in a position where I don't forget about it. I don't need double throw on both left and right click, but it's more comfortable to me to have it on right click. Oh, that wasn't free. I'm not really using Howl that much, right? Find item is useless. Yeah, I don't ever use it, right? Let's try it like that. I mean, that's a big defense boost. Ruby, finally! We have been blessed. It is not the ruby we asked for, but I'll take it. What progression in hell? Is the hell progression in the room with us right now? And I'm trying to find the elite archer to get rid of him, but I'm just attracting more enemies instead. Is the plan to hit 99 in Nightmare and then go to hell? If that's what it takes. No, I think the plan is to get the most out of the rest of the stream, like for the character himself. And then before next stream, I will do some lower cross grinding. And then try and get some better gear. And levels will help with crafting as well. Not that much actually, but it will help. Nightmare Travincal. This guy has been so slow at farming Travincal though. And you can decide if you think I'm talking about me or my barbarian. But I have not liked Trav farming so far with this character. Yes, chance to... Exactly. More levels will also definitely make an impact on my chance to hit. Which is, of course, it does translate to damage. Even if I fully admit to like underestimating it on the character screen and it's just, ooh, look, big numbers. But it will definitely help. saying, yeah, no, not only my chance to hit, but it will also make Emilio harder to hit for enemies if his level is less of a deficit to theirs. Hasn't Emilio suddenly become tankier? Well, I don't think he really had that much of a problem staying alive here, right? But if he did, I mean, he does have like 5 more levels than he started the stream with, which means more resistance and more easier time of avoiding damage. But I think you jinxed it, because now we almost died.
Good afternoon.
Display active bindings can help you see what skills you put where. Well, I see what you're saying, but I don't think it's a problem that I don't know where it is. It's like more that I keep I play by muscle memory at this point, basically, right? I should also look at the loot piles more carefully, just to make sure I don't miss a cool weapon. How's it going? How's the plan for Hell? Well, the plans for Hell met an unexpected wall. Basically right now I am more or less stuck in Act 2 Hell, so we are trying to power up the character a little bit. Currently Nightmare Terror Zones. And then if all goes well, I will also do a bit of off-stream farming in Lower Cross just for more materials. And next time we will crush Hell, no problem. Cool weapons on the Barbarian. What year is this? Well, it's all relative, right? Do you have Warcry? No, I don't. I do use Battlecry, but that has a long duration, so I can like run in and apply it and then get out of danger. I think it's gonna be tough to use Warcry efficiently on this character. Done any crafting yet? On this stream we only done like 1 craft, which Emilio unfortunately can't use yet because I miscalculated how much strength he would have by level 70, so he's still missing 1. 1 weapon with 1 over 100 ED would be be really helpful. Yeah, but like imagine if I finally get 100 plus ED winged axe and it still doesn't do enough. Because in my mind it is like that too, right? That is gonna be the big difference maker. A weapon with 150 ED or something. But you know, no guarantees. Thank you for the membership, Joe. Welcome, welcome to the Goblin gang. Should also probably sell a little bit more loot than I am. But you know, it's easy to get complacent when you are not like scrambling to resurrect a mercenary with 15,000 gold in your bank. if the 150 ED weapon isn't a solution, then you can call it for this barb. Yeah. If that isn't a solution, I might like end the stream challenge and then try like slowly crawl through the game offline, because I have played challenges like this before, right? When like my vendor only barbarian, at the end, he was like the only thing he had going for him was open wounds, which is a slow killer, but it is a reliable killer. So he was just tagging a few enemies with open wounds, then spamming his maxed howl so they run away, and like rinse and repeat. It was very slow and very grindy. But he got there in the end. Dang it, I was listening and you were saying you bet an unexpected thing in hell mode in regards to progress, and then my internet capped out. So you thought I met my demise, I guess. Not that bad, luckily. And maybe I feel like I'm strapped for skill points, but maybe I've under-allocated points into the Warcry tree. Like maybe the solution was to have a better howl, so I can crowd control better. Because right now I am not doing a great job of crowd controlling, I feel like anyway. And like now I'm higher level, so now it's gonna work more often. But like when we entered Hell, I couldn't use howl because monsters were too high level for me.
Not here.
How may I be of help?
Can you still increase damage with skill points? Yes, it's not that... It's not like the most impactful, but I can keep pumping double swing for a plus 8% damage per level for double throw. But that of course stacks with a lot of other damage modifiers. So it's not 8% is not like an 8% increase of this number. It is like stacking with my other you get what I'm saying. Chaos Sanctuary, you mean part 15? Oh man. I wish you were joking, but I mean at this rate, who knows? This was gonna be like I thought this challenge would never exceed 10 episodes, but at this rate, who knows? Yeah, exactly. The vendor one... Ooh, green loot, and I get excited. Yeah, the vendor one was in softcore, so I could play very differently. That's absolutely true. Keep dreaming on that winged axe, yeah. Oh, that is true, Straylol, yeah. If I could get something that adds min or max damage would make a big deal, because the base damage, even like an elite level weapon with 50 ED, still doesn't break 100 damage. That is really low, actually. You are completely right about that. That is very low. So maybe this jewel... It's 9 damage, but maybe this jewel isn't a crafting thing. Maybe it's a socket filler, actually. Like, honest, like, seriously. Maybe this is an actual thing I put in my armor instead of resistances. Go full glass cannon. Not full glass cannon, but... Because, like, plus 9 maximum damage, that adds on top of your... Maybe not the base damage before the 57 ED on the weapon, but at least on, like, the weapon itself. Right. I think you used a 12 max damage jewel for crafting already. No, Dwindbar, don't tell me about that. If that's true, I don't want to know. What was the max damage? It's 9 on this one. Oh, I guess I should identify the loot, but it's not anything good or that I can use. The problem isn't max base damage, it's minimum base damage. Yeah, I don't really agree. I think the issue, the concern is average base damage, because with how fast I'm attacking, getting a minimum hit, like an unlucky streak of 2-3 absolute minimum hits, isn't gonna be that big of a difference, right? So for this character, it's all about like average damage, I think, with how fast I'm attacking. You can also get an axe with big lightning damage. Yeah, but lightning damage isn't gonna be buffed by my double throw damage multiplier or my strength and dexterity damage multiplier, right? So I don't think elemental damage is the solution. Like, if you see this, throw damage is like 860 max, and if I put points into dexterity, the damage goes up, not by a lot, but it does help. But if it was all lightning damage, it wouldn't really make a difference. Griffin headdress. Maybe a little +5 Nado helm to troll me. Well, not quite, but it did have +2 Nado and +3 to something else. +9 damage duel on bad gear is bad as well. True, but it is certainly better than without it. Your average... Yeah, that's why your minimum damage is being a problem. Huge gap between 100 to almost 900. Your average drops at exponential rate. What? What do you mean with drops at an exponential rate? Thank you for the Prime sub, Masius Craig. I mean,
I am overburdened.
of course I would have preferred if my weapons had higher minimum damage, but it's not like I can do much about the winged X base damage, right? But adding +9 to minimum damage or adding +9 to maximum damage is the same thing, right? Oh, the site with the the site with the gear does not show Merc gear. Okay, that's unfortunate. I will show you the gear now then, because we are about to upgrade his weapon finally. So right now it does 200 to 500, and now it does 200 to 650. Not that big of an upgrade, but it is something.
What do you need?
So unfortunately, his new weapon didn't get any ED roll. But some cold damage. Still using the Bloodcraft and the armor from previous streams. Oh, Pindle skin got terrorized. I guess we're doing Pindle then. Doesn't Axe Mastery boost the throwing as well? No. Or throwing axes. Well, it works like this. Since you can attack in melee, like double swing, with throwing axes, you can both melee and throw them. Your throwing mastery only boosts throw damage, and your axe mastery only boosts melee damage. So you can't double dip, unfortunately. Imagine if we die to Pindle here. Alright, bye TTD. Thank you for hanging out. Oh, you can roll 15 to 20 min damage. I didn't know it rolled that high. I only know that min damage is usually lower rolls. Actually, just so we're not like pincered from two directions, let's do move like this, so we only fight from one side. Oh, I saw Hyperion, but it's a Hyperion javelin, not the Hyperion spear. I guess we can... No, we're not gonna craft a Hyperion javelin, right? To use for us. Hey Crocodile, my current goal is to... Like, we've been streaming for about as long as I planned, so I'm not gonna stay on for too much longer, but the current plan is to, like, get a few more levels, maybe find a few crafting mats. Because we did struggle a lot in Hell. And then next time I will try and craft some good stuff. But 28 to 55, right? I don't have a non-ED version of the winged axe, but it should be like 10 to 70 or something. So don't they have very similar average damage? I'll save it in the stash just in case. Seems like you get higher average damage with Hyperion Javelin. Yes, but the problem is that if you craft a Javelin, that is the same recipe as a spear. So you don't get any guaranteed enhanced damage roll at all. So you can get a really good javelin or a really good spear, but you need to roll ED randomly, whereas the Bloodcraft that you use for access, they get 35 to 60 enhanced damage always guaranteed. And they can still roll ED randomly as well, which is why I prefer Bloodcrafts.
A coward's hiding place.
Oh, I was like, what's my guy doing? Feels like the guaranteed enhanced damage is too low to matter. No, I don't think it is. But of course, most importantly is that it doesn't block you from getting other ED rolls. You can still get random enhanced damage rolls. And the 35 to 60 will be like a bonus.
I am overburdened.
Of course, if you get something really big like 150 or 300,
Good afternoon.
then the inherent roll isn't gonna be that big of a deal, but at that point, you know. This is another one, but at least, like, no, this is... Never mind, this is just the exceptional version, right? So you're saying there's a chance, yeah. $510 on paper. But I mean, if sorry, I'm stumbling over my words. Right now, we have 4 jewels and 0 rubies. So if we by next crafting session we have like 10 jewels, but only 6 rubies, but 4 emeralds, yes, I will definitely craft some javelins then. If that's the case. So I'm not saying it's not gonna happen, just explaining why I prefer Bloodcrafts. Thank you, Brendan, for the super chat. Shouldn't you use find item on Pindle? Thank you for telling me via a donation, and this one's for you. Well, you can't find item on Pindle, right? Because he always explodes. Did the Hyperion Spear drop from a find item drop? Did anyone see? Or was that there before? Man.
I am
Anyway,
overburdened.
thank you for thank you for the super chat, Brendan. I know it is the right thing to do, but you know. But here we then I might try, or not might. We will definitely craft one more Emilio stick then, sometime in the future. Just need a beautiful, perfect emerald. Emerald. I don't have any emeralds, unfortunately. But good timing.
In town. A coward's
Can you craft with ethereal? I am told that you can craft with ethereal, but the output is not ethereal anyway, so it's not worthwhile doing. One more hour stream, bro. I do enjoy streaming very much, but I cannot stay for another hour. Maybe just a few more minutes and then we'll continue on Friday. Try to get one gem shrine to end the stream with a dream spear for Emilio. Alright, I can be persuaded into doing that. So let's get a level up and then go and find a gem shrine to make the biggest stick anyone has ever seen for Emilio. 2 sockets, 300 enhanced damage, increased attack speed, lifesteal.
I can't carry it.
This is a great start to the week, and the Friday stream is a great start to the weekend. Oh, I'm glad you think so. It is actually a lot like that for me as well. It's fun to kickstart the week with like some interactive streams, then go and work on a few videos for a while, and then end it with another stream.
Impossible.
Take Emilio for a spin in the Maggot Lair.
A coward.
I want to reward Emilio with a new toy, not punish him by sacrificing him to the maggots. Never have you seen this much horking on one stream. So one more should be enough for the level up, and then we'll run around in Act 1 until we find a gem shrine. Fire Enchanted is a bit scary, but Nightmare Fire Enchanted, yeah, so it was like barely 100 damage, so I shouldn't be so worried. Wonder we get the level up. Right, and now let's go and grab that gem shrine.
Afternoon.
Yes?
Go Emilio, some say he's the real hero. Yeah, he really is. Is YouTube your full-time job, Goblin? No, I think Zarfen is a at-home dad, maybe a part-time job. No, I used to work part-time, but right now, since like the start of the year,
Not here.
YouTube is my full-time job. Yes. So let's see if we can find some gem shrines. Or some shrines to farm, I guess we should start with. Prediction Emilio stick, 172 ED, 10 IS, 2 open sockets, 2 lifesteal. That's a very specific prediction, but I like it. If we get that, I will be very happy. I should remember to go to an actual anvil as well. You're right. You're completely right. I forget if we were luckier or unluckier when we went to an anvil. At eye level 71 plus, there's a 100% chance for 4 affixes. That is correct. But for example, when all the how should I phrase this? If the quality level of the base item is high enough, it will take the place of the item level. So for example, all the winged axes we have crafted have had 4 guaranteed random slots or random affixes, because the quality level is 80. So even though we were too low level, quote unquote, every winged axe we have crafted have still been over level 71 as well, even when we were level like 65. Not sure about spears though. Right, so this has 2 very close to the waypoint, that's good. Skill shrine, pretty close. No triple shrines, but it's all right. So Stony Field, no, Darkwood and Black Marsh. I said Stonyfield, right? But I meant Darkwood. Make sure to only bring what we want upgraded. Maybe it's not even worth going to Black Marsh, since I actually need to move to check this shrine. It's not a lot though, so... You had 80% chance after level 51 using the area at Summit as a guide. Yes, but keep reading on the area at Summit and you will see that a little line that says if the quality level of the base item, that is higher than the item level will be set to the quality level. So every crafted item we've done, every winged axe we have crafted have had a item level of 80. I believe it's 80, even if we were a lower level. Oh, Hyperion Spear is only 58. All right, sorry. Then I see what you're talking about. Yeah, then it will matter for sure. So then it's good that we are higher level. Good point. Go to normal for higher chance of a gem shrine. That's not true, is it? Like, I don't think there's any shrine that's only available in later difficulties. We need refresh buttons on shrines, like with gambling. Yeah, that would be nice. But we don't need to. It's easy to just collect them. Are the access limited to 2 pre and 2 suff? I don't know actually. I assume it works like with rares, but I'm not sure if there's anything else going on. I actually don't know, Barak. So let's go to... Well, we obviously need to go to hell. Doesn't matter, just for your information, just fooling around. And we're gonna go to our best friend Charcy. Gonna do it on players 666.
Yes.
Gonna identify it. Actually, maybe it would have been better like to not identify it.
Greetings.
And see if we can borrow a shrine.
Wow. You're a barbarian, huh?
Yeah, I am a barbarian. I'm just gonna use your anvil real quick. Alright, here we go. Go to hell, Zarfen. Thank you. In Diablo 2 terms, that is a wish of well luck. Wish of good luck. Come on, please be something good. Please be something good. Please be tough. Please be good. It is not terrible. It's funny, it kept the +6 maximum damage. Not really, it rolled it again, but it's kind of funny that it stayed the same. But a little bit of ED, a very low roll, plus max damage, plus attack rating, still a little bit of cold damage. And repairs durability, not very good.
I'll put that
So
to good use.
it will lower his max damage by like 100, but I think he's gonna attack so much faster. We can go and give it a quick spin. 22 ED, unfortunately, yeah. I mean, it's in some ways more painful to get a bad ED roll than no ED roll. Right, maybe we... I forgot, we put it on players 8, just for the lulz. And then he died. Insta-died. You are cursed, yeah, it feels like it. So let's see how quickly he attacks now. Very slow. Holy cow, it's even slower than I remembered. And then let's swap. That is a lot faster. That's gonna be a lot more DPS for sure. And a lot more chance to leech.
Put that to good use. I'll put that to good use.
Alright, so I think this is an upgrade, even though it wasn't a great craft. Right? Right, guys? Or am I coping again? You can roll that ED at level 5. It's really... It is really something. Still sucks, but definitely better. Yeah. But what are we gonna do then? Say that I farm a few crafting sets before next stream. Should we hope to get a better stick, or should we just say that this is the best we're gonna get, socket it with an Am rune, and then focus on improving me? Just suicide into Duriel and be done with it. Cope addict here. Better to use it on our weapon. Yeah, I do agree. Maybe we can do both. But actually, I mean, it doesn't look great, but it is definitely a big improvement just with how fast he attacks. So I think I will make sure, I will like, even if we find just a bunch of emeralds, I think at this point I would rather take a chance with crafting a spear, a javelin for me, I think. I wouldn't waste a socket quest on that one. You will probably find much better items when farming LK. Yeah, but since yeah, maybe. It just feels like I'm better served upgrading myself. Oh, we can think about that until next time. That is the dream spear. Unfortunately, exactly. That is the dream spear. Unfortunately, it was a nightmare. Not good enough. You disbelievers. Emilio's gonna show you. He's gonna show you that what he can do with this. All right, voice is falling apart. Can barely speak anymore. So, thank you everyone for hanging out. I will continue this on Friday if you're interested. Probably gonna start around noon Central Europe time, maybe slightly faster. No, slightly earlier is the word. So have a nice week, everyone, and I'll see you another time. Bye.